you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Judge Sonia Brown. I am the presiding judge for this criminal bench trial for the state of Georgia versus Matthew Scott Lanz, 229-00922. We are present here in the open courtroom, present of the court, the clerk, the court reporter. Mr. Lanz is represented by Attorney Jimmy Berry, and the state is represented by Assistant District Attorneys Green and Horowitz. Good morning, everyone. Hope everyone is well this morning. Before we proceed with the state's next witnesses, is there anything that we need to put on the record procedurally or concerning any issues that you all would like to make a part of the record?
Procedurally, I have an idea that probably we'll finish the state's side of the case today.
Okay.
If we do that, I would like to be able to have overnight to discuss with my client whether he's going to testify.
That's fine.
So if we, whenever they finish, stop for the day and give me
That's fine. That's state.
That's no problem, Your Honor. I actually think we'll probably be close to 5 o'clock anyway,
Okay.
so it shouldn't be an issue at all.
Okay. That's fine. And as we can discuss scheduling throughout the day and see where we are with everything that we need to do. All right. Is there anything else that we need to put on the record or you all would like to discuss with the court?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
All right. The state, you may call your next witness.
At this time, the state calls Charles Needham.
You raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court on the issue now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right. Would you please have a seat for me and once seated, if you would please state and spell your true and correct legal name for the record.
Yes, my first name is Charles, Charles. Last name is Needham, Needham.
All right. Thank you. Attorney Horowitz, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. All right, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you employed?
I currently work for the City of Lawrenceville Police Department.
In what capacity?
I'm the sergeant over the training unit.
And how long have you been with the Lawrenceville Police Department?
I started in March 17th, 2023.
Now, prior to Lawrenceville, did you have any previous law enforcement experience?
Yes, I started in Sandy Springs Police in 2016.
Now, as you worked through Sandy Springs, in what capacity did you work for Sandy Springs?
I started as an officer on patrol, went to our traffic unit, and then was a detective prior to leaving Sandy Springs Police.
Now, have you been post-certified, I guess, since 2016?
Yes.
All right. Now, I want to direct your attention to November the 19th, 2021. Were you on duty with the Sandy Springs Police Department that morning?
I was.
And were you in the capacity of a detective at that time?
I was.
Now, were you dispatched to 90 Cameron Glen Drive?
Yes.
Is that in Sandy Springs?
It is.
Now, why were you dispatched there?
So a call had come out of a burglary in progress. I had just arrived in the office that morning, and I was listening to our regular traffic and notified our supervision that I was going to go ahead and go down there as one of the only detectives in the office, and that was when I self-dispatched to that location.
Now, around what time did that call come out?
About 8:50 in the morning.
And around what time did you arrive to that scene?
I arrived at 9:10, and while I was walking out of the office is when the shots fired call came out. Prior to that,
Now, did you actually make it to that scene?
I did.
Now, when you arrived, what did you observe?
So when I got on scene, there were several officers attempting to control the defendant in the front yard. He had at least 2 gunshot wounds that I could see, one like a graze wound to the neck or back of the head, and one to the upper torso. And when I arrived, when I went into the house, that was where I discovered the crime scene and where Sergeant Roush had been stabbed and was being treated.
Now, in the front yard, was the defendant getting medical treatment?
So the officers were attempting to get him under control at that time, but he did get medical treatment from them and from the ambulance that arrived shortly after.
Now, was he loaded into that ambulance?
He was.
And where was he transported to?
To North Fulton Hospital, I believe.
Now, was the defendant discharged from the hospital shortly thereafter?
He was.
Now, after being discharged from the hospital, where was he transported?
He was transported back to Sandy Springs Police Headquarters.
Do you know how he was transported back?
Yes, it was one of our crime suppression officers, rather, had transported him back. I can't remember the exact line.
So just a patrol car?
Yes,
And was he in handcuffs at that time when he was being transported back?
he was.
Now, where is the Sandy Springs headquarters located?
7840 Roswell Road in Sandy Springs, Georgia.
For what?
County.
I apologize. For what purpose was he brought back to headquarters?
So that we could attempt to do an interview with him.
Now, approximately what time was he brought back to the headquarters from the hospital?
About 5 p.m. that same day.
And when he was brought back into the headquarters, was he still in handcuffs?
He was.
Now, when he arrived to headquarters, was he allowed to use the restroom?
He was.
And did he?
He did.
Was he offered food and water?
Yes.
And was he provided with food or water?
Yes.
Now, were you able to have an interview with him?
I was.
Around what time did you start your interview?
About 5:25 that evening.
Now, what was your purpose in interviewing the defendant?
So I interviewed him alongside Sergeant Johnson, who was over the detectives division at the time, and it was to gain some kind of an understanding of what led to the stabbing and officer-involved shooting, trying to figure out why he was in the house he was in, and to get his side of things so we could help figure out what led us to where we landed.
Now, that being your purpose, at that time, did you have any information as to an incident in Cobb County?
I did not.
Now, were you able to conduct an interview with the defendant?
I was.
Now, prior to that interview, was he advised of his Miranda rights?
He was.
And were they read to him?
They were.
Were they read in full to him?
They were.
And did he understand English?
Yes.
Did you have any problems in your communicating with him?
Not at all.
Was he asked whether he was under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
He was.
And did he indicate a way?
He indicated that he was not under the influence of anything.
And were you able to gather his highest level of education?
Yes.
And what was that?
That he was currently studying at UGA, something to do with artificial intelligence, I believe.
Now, kind of describe the nature of the interview.
It was a conversational interview. There was no shouting back and forth, persuasion, threats, anything like that. The entire conversation was just a simple back and forth question and answer.
Now, once you read his rights, did he wish to speak with you, Sergeant Johnson?
Yes.
Now, at any time during this interview, did you threaten the defendant?
No.
At any time, did you pull your gun out?
No.
At any point, did he unequivocally invoke any of his rights?
No.
About how long was your interview with the defendant?
It's probably, I think the first go round was at least an hour because we had stepped out for a while to recollect our thoughts after we had learned of the Cobb County incident.
Now, prior to that interview, were photographs taken of the defendant?
They were
And for what purpose?
for subject identification and to show his injuries at the time of the interview and his physical condition overall.
I'm now going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibits 676 through 684. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
So these photographs were taken in our interview room at Sandy Springs. This was the room where he was interviewed by me and Sergeant Johnson.
And are these fair and accurate photographs of the defendant prior to your interview?
Yes, they are.
At this time, the state moves to enter what's marked as State's Exhibit, and I forgot the number, 676 through 684.
Your Honor, I've had an opportunity to view those, we haven't looked yet.
States Exhibit 676 through 684 are admitted.
And may I publish that?
Yes.
Now, in State's Exhibit 676, who do we see in this photograph?
That's the defendant, Mr. Lanz.
Now, do you see Mr. Lanz in this courtroom today?
I do.
If you'll please point to that individual and describe an article of clothing.
Yes, it's Mr. Lanz over here in the bright green jumpsuit.
Let the record reflect that the detective has identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
Now, part of your headquarters, is it customary for interviews to be recorded?
Yes,
Now, are there cameras within this room?
there are.
Where are they?
So there's one on the wall facing toward the table that would be behind the photographer in this picture. And there's one on the ceiling tucked into one of the corners.
Now, prior to your testimony today, have you reviewed that recording?
Yes, I have.
And is that recording a fair and accurate recording of the interview that you had with the defendant that day?
Yes.
Now, at this time, the state would move to enter what's marked as State's Exhibit 470 into evidence.
Judge, before we do that, I'd like to ask him a few questions on Jackson, be sure that,
Yes.
I'm understood.
You can proceed.
Thank you.
And that's 470, correct?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you. Okay.
Good morning, Sergeant.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
I'm great. I think this interview took place after Mr. Lanz had been taken to the hospital, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you know what procedure they did at the hospital on him?
I do not know other than just generally speaking, treating the gunshot wounds. I'm not a medical professional, so I can't speak to what they did.
Do you know what medications they gave him for pain?
I do not know.
Okay. Did you ever ask him?
I did not. When Sergeant Johnson advised him of his Miranda rights, that's when he asked him if he was under the influence of any drugs, and he said no.
Did you ever go to the hospital?
I do not know.
Do you know which officers did?
I know that Detective Tom Cox was one of them, and at the times, I believe he was a Sergeant Milholland was one of them. I'm not sure of who the others were. I was tied up with everything else at headquarters.
And did you speak with any of them to find out what medications he may have been given at the hospital?
No, I did not.
Did you talk with any of the officers that had gotten information from him at the scene of this home invasion?
No, all those officers were sequestered shortly after that incident per our department policy and GBI's request due to the officer-involved shooting.
And did Mr. Lanz appear to know where he was and why he was there?
Yes, he appeared completely coherent during our conversations. There was no signs to me of any kind of impairment or anything like that.
Did anyone tell you that he had said that God had told him to go to that house?
During the interview, he told that to me. I don't recall if anybody had said that beforehand or not.
But you did not see anything yourself that would cause you to pause in questioning him?
No.
Nothing further, Judge.
Attorney Barry, is there any objection as to Exhibit 470 as to Mr. Lanz's statement of whether or not it was voluntarily, and knowingly?
After watching the interview, the primary thing I wanted to find out was what medications this officer may have known that he was under. I do not see anything in the video that would cause me to believe that he didn't do it freely and voluntarily.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Good.
Exhibit 470 is admitted.
Good. Now, just to kind of follow up on a couple of those questions. Now, coming from the hospital, probably on some medication, correct?
Yes.
Now, even though on medication, did you have any difficulties communicating with him?
No, I do not.
And did he seem under the influence when you were speaking with him?
No, he did not.
Now, during this interview, did you ever give him a hope of benefit in speaking with you?
No.
Now, I want to ask about the interview itself and kind of the reporting. Are your interviews in one streamed video?
So the video file is broken down into different segments. That segment is based on file size and interview length. So that's why it gets parsed out into different files.
And so when it gets parsed out, is it a continuous video just in segments?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Judge, if I may publish State's Exhibit 470.
Yes, and do you all need lights off or?
No,
Okay.
this is fine. Thank you, Judge. Alright, for the record, I am starting State's Exhibit 470 at 17:24 and 32 seconds.
You okay? You all sit? I'm Sir Johnson, this is Zachary. We're talking with you today. Can I get your name?
Matthew, 2 G's. Scott, C-O-T-T, L-A-N-Z.
What's your date of birth?
10-19-92. I'll be 22.
Okay. Where do you live at?
I live in Athens right now.
You live in Athens? How's your address in Athens?
435 North Church Street. UGA. Yep. I go there remote.
Yeah, is this what we were talking about as the videos kind of broken up in segments?
Yes.
Are they about an hour apiece?
Correct.
So I'm going to move to the second video of State's Exhibit 470.
Senior, Dwyer.
This is the second video on 470, starting at 17:25 and 50 seconds.
Senior, trying to graduate next 2 semesters.
What are you majoring in?
Cognitive science, so it's like AI and automated systems. Trying to improve the culture of that industry, making it more efficient, more effective, safer technology, because, it can be, it's very good at collecting data. That's kind of an issue these days, securing data in the community. It was always something that I found interesting.
Congratulations. How long have you lived
I moved in at the beginning of August. Would have been around August 7th. I was. And then I also live, at my house with my parents too.
Where's that?
It's in Edward.
What's that interesting?
That's 600 Delphinium, DLPHIN Boulevard. That is 3012.
You live in your parents?
Yeah, I have mom, dad, 2 sisters, a deceased brother, and we have a little cousin who lives with us too. Since I was
Oh, my sisters.
my oldest is 30, so she has 2 kids now. And my oldest sister is 20, 23, I think.
They all live.
The oldest sister is Sandra, she lives in our house.
What's your phone number?
678 619 7808.
That's your phone? Alright, what is, you obviously reading and write English language?
Yes.
Under the influence of any alcohol or drugs today?
No.
And your education level is obviously college, so you're in college. I want to talk to you about what occurred in there today, but I'm going to read your rights first. Alright, so before I ask you any questions, you must understand your rights, okay? So you have the right to consent. Anything you say, used in court as evidence against you. You have the right to talk to the lawyer for advice before we ask you any questions and have him or with you during questioning. If you cannot afford a lawyer, will be appointed for you without cost, and he or she may be present at all times during your questioning. If you desire to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you will so agree to stop answering any time until we talk to a lawyer. Do you understand this? Can we proceed forward to talking about what happened earlier?
Is there a way that I could just, I guess if I get uncomfortable with the answer,
Get it right.
So that we could proceed like this.
Okay. So you, all right, I appreciate that. Let's talk through morning. Where did you start your morning at?
It started in my apartment.
In your apartment?
And
Where? And what time was that?
well, I think I had woken up around 2 o'clock to my mom knocking on my door.
And Alice?
Yeah. And I was like, well, what is she doing here? That just didn't make sense.
Okay. So what happened after that? What was your?
She had come to tell me that 2 people had been murdered in the house that is behind ours. And she was, coming to ask me, like, were you involved? And I said, no. I was on the way home anyway. And then when all of that happened, I didn't hear any of it. They didn't hear any of it. And I had, I guess, left before it had happened. Because I had been going home. And then I went back drive to Athens because I was just too tired to go home and needed to come back for classes. So that's what I was doing that night before.
So where were you there?
In Athens and then at my home and I drove back.
What time was that?
The drive down and the drive back.
Yeah.
So I guess I left Athens around 9 and probably got there 10, 15. And then I was at my house for probably, 30 or 40 minutes and then I left.
Okay.
30 or 40 minutes after 10, 15, so it would have been around 11, I guess, that I had left.
What did you?
It's hard to recollect, but it was later than, I guess, 11:30, 40. So maybe it was 12-ish. Yeah, an hour and a half is pretty accurate.
What did you drive?
My car.
Which car did you?
It's a black Tesla.
Okay. So your mom comes up here, and she were involved in this. I haven't heard about anything over at Cobb. So I guess it's.
It was apparently it was super crazy scene.
Oh yeah, like what?
I don't.
There's more evidence, so we don't know.
Right. So she said she was like the apparently someone just like broke into their house and just murdered them in their living room or something. What she said. Are there a shit ton of police there? Like, is there anything? Like, no, she was like, nah, it just happened. I'll make sure you weren't there. And I was like, okay. I was really, I told her that I hadn't come home. That, when I got there, I smoked a cigarette in the backyard. I did look at the people's house. It's light. Because there's a big fence in our backyard. You can see the light. Was yeah, and she was asking like, did you look over at their house or did you hear anything? And I was like, well, yeah, I looked over there and saw a light on or two when I was smoking a cigarette, and then I tried to go back to our house, and then it was locked. I couldn't use my key. I was gonna go around the front door and go outside and sleep. It was already pretty late. I was just sitting on the homework, and then I was just saying, oh, I got my car.
You left, and then at 2 o'clock, your mom shows up.
That's the.
Okay, let's do that.
She just talking to me about, how she just wants me to focus on school and trying to be a hard worker for her and, trying to stay focused and stay out of trouble, which is what I try to do.
Sure, that's important to your mom.
And my dad, they're very respectful people, and they want us, they want their kids to be good people and successful. So they have to instill good values, which I think they have.
Seems like it. You got into a program like that at UGA.
Right. I mean, I was always a smart kid. I went to enhanced high school called magnet school. So school was kind of always a pretty easy thing for me to get along with. Ended up kind of like a more introverted personality type. I was in school pretty fun. Very good stuff. UGA is good for me. It's helped me socialize more. Be more open.
Yeah, that's really good.
All right.
how did you were in Athens, how did you end up back in here?
Or here, I was actually going home again in my car ran out of gas.
Do you remember what else?
Yeah, it was over near. It was down 75 here. It was like way past 575, like closer to Athens. I'm not sure the actual road name. But
Did you just ride the environment? Like there was restaurants or gas stations?
It was, I mean, it's on the 75 drive back from Athens to Kingston.
What way do you normally take? Do you take?
I want to say, you guys are Sandy Springs, right?
Yeah.
I want to say Country
I got you.
All right, so car breaks down, gas, then what happens?
Then I just got started walking.
Where are you going to?
No, it's just, I'm just kind of thinking about what I was going to do on my car being out of gas.
So what happened next?
For a second, honestly, I just walked through that neighborhood,
Okay.
and then I just got so much that that house was something I needed to go to.
Okay.
And then, you know, when I was in there, the dogs were like acting very friendly. And then, you know, the lady started saying, "Who are you? What are you doing in my house?" And I was saying, "It's me, Matthew." She's like, "Oh, I don't know who you are, blah, blah, blah." And I said, "Well, maybe I'm just not in the right house." And then she called her son upstairs, Matthew. And then she started calling the police after he came down. After I was just standing there for a while. You know, I was thinking about it, see, there's really no way to describe that kind of interaction. You know, when she called the police and you guys showed up, I went upstairs because that's where I thought I had to go check out. I didn't find anything that probably really was important.
What were you looking
I wasn't really sure. Just some place that felt I needed to be there. And that's really the story.
for? What happened once the police got there?
Then I was upstairs. And then, you know, they were kind of in the bottom of the stairs. And I just went down because I was just up there.
Were they talking to you?
Yes, they were communicating. I was communicating back too.
Oh, you were?
Yes.
What were they saying to you?
Just stuff like, you know, come downstairs. This isn't your house. It's the next one over. And I was like, that's not right. I'm supposed to be here. But I guess it felt more uncertain. And then I started going down the stairs. You know, I saw the load of police. I don't know how many there were. There was probably 7 or 8 of them. I don't know, I guess it kind of freaks me out.
They were scared.
Not necessarily. I mean, I thought they might have shot me on site.
So what happens next?
I don't know. Based on what happened, I think I could just call the lawyer for other info, correct?
You can call her anytime. I just wanted to tell the truth, you know, like you've been very truthful with me so far. Just kind of your side and your version of events, because I only have one side.
Just the way I would describe it is, I just kind of punched this dude with that knife. And then,
You know why?
considering I don't think they were gonna let me be after some event like that for some reason. I just thought I was gonna go to jail or prison instantly. And then once obviously the knife punch was thrown, all the officers started action. That one officer got killed, and then I just got very quickly. That's because of miracle, I suppose.
Because of what?
A miracle, I suppose. That was a very close shot to my brain instead. But it wasn't hate or anything. There was love in my body and my heart. I think I was just looking for something that wasn't there. I don't know.
What made you feel like you needed to be in the house?
I would say a message from God.
Can you tell me about your night? Did you bring it with you? Did you drive it to the house?
It was in my car. Because it's been under my ownership. And it's a fixed lid.
Okay.
I believe it's a Cobb.
Nice time.
Where do you carry it at?
I usually don't get
Where were you carrying it at?
it on my head.
Can you show me that? How big? Was it bigger than your hand?
The hill's pretty long, but the blade is like overall, I don't know, 10 inches long, I guess. They just look at it, just tell you how much. It was 10.
Anything else you want to tell me about the incident that you haven't told me so far?
Yeah. I just don't think what I did was worth it. I think I could have just left that house in peace and been on my way to getting my car back up and running and being at the school or with my family like I was going to. So I'm sure I will.
Anything else you want to talk about? For the sake of honesty and us getting help and making sure that.
Right, so I've been talking to mental health specialists that, can affirm that I'm not mentally unstable. And, if my, I guess, detained is lifted, maybe there's more checkups to do than just talk or
Well, we're gonna get you that. We're gonna make sure you see our doctors.
We both feel like you need help. We want to go get you down.
Yeah, I mean,
Anybody that needs help and wants help
I do,
deserves to go get it.
though I do feel like I tell me that, I think you can do
Well, just, anything else you want to talk about that you think would be good for us to know, or to get up to conscience, or, maybe, that's happened in the last several days, that led up to this incident, or occurred after this incident, that you think would be helpful for people?
I think having faith in God is very important.
Did you? You're a believer, you're a Christian?
Yes.
Right, too.
I think God is very real in flesh.
I agree. Do you go to church?
It's kind of more like seasonal, occasional, going to church talks, but
It doesn't, that doesn't have an effect on what on your level of belief, but, one of the biggest things is, to be forgiven for your sins, as a Christian, you have to be honest and repent about what you did.
yeah, I have made that spirit of God. I feel like He loves me, so because I do.
You think there's anything that he needs to tell you that you need to talk with us about and tell us about, so that it can clear your conscience?
Killing is always, killing should, I think killing should be like a self-defense, and then, military elimination defense, like principle. So I believe in the concept of self-defense, and the Castleton in Georgia, that kind of speaks to as a responsible gun owner.
You want a gun?
Yes, but I don't have it in my possession.
Where is it?
Respect to decline the answer.
Yeah, this is your but it's not on you, right?
No.
Is it in a safe place that no one
Yes,
can't do it?
it's safe and secure.
Okay. All right. Have you ever been in a situation where you had to finish with your gun?
No. I mean, I thought when my mom showed up, she had busted the chain off the lock. And I was like, grab my pistol off the ground. But that was it, that's all absurd.
Okay, this will be
It's a Glock.
wow.
7.
Okay, how? 9? Wow, 17.
All those 17s.
It shoot very well.
That was why I was searching over the locks, man.
Literally
Whole
Glocks.
life until I was 17.
How long have you got?
The pistol? It's maybe a month or 2.
Where did it happen? Oh, I've been there. It's a good place. Are you a specific ammo kind of guy, or?
I shoot FMJs. And then nothing federal is good at all points.
Yeah. What kind do you keep in your gun?
The brass with copper.
Copper jacket. Brown.
Yes. The hollow points. They have different kinds. Something. I just know that federal is different guns. I know federal makes good
I'm just curious because, I mean, we don't have anything to do with the gun, so why would you want to tell me where your gun is?
I think it's just like relevant for the aspect of the evidence. I just think it's just in the safe and locked in the house.
Okay, but it's locked up.
Yeah. The parents have,
Okay, because the big thing we just worry about, things like this go down people in other people's houses so many times that people put a lot of different folks than you, and they got guns and they end up just out in the woods somewhere, and we just don't want a kid to get it or something like that. That's why we're not asking about guns. It's nothing about you, I just don't want little Johnny to go run through the woods and pick it up, and that'd be a real tragedy.
And that'd be pretty heavy in your order now.
I think
Being a Christian, that would, I mean.
killing kids, I mean, come on. Anyway, that's always a tragedy.
Okay. I'm gonna step out. Are you sure there's nothing you wanna? You need a trash can?
We'll see.
Sure there's nothing else you wanna talk about this incident? That would help you ease yourself?
I don't think so.
You need more water. I got you.
Alright, we'll just hang out for a minute.
Fresh cup of water.
So for the record, I'm stopping this video at 17:53 and 3 seconds. Now, at this point in your interview, do you start looking into a potential other incident?
Yes.
And were you able to identify a potential situation that needed to be looked into?
Yes. So when we stepped out, when Sergeant Johnson and I stepped out, we spoke to other detectives and our intel analysts who had been watching that interview and were trying to dig up other information. And that's when it became increasingly apparent that there was another incident involved, and the Cobb County incident got brought to light, the recent homicide.
Now, once you kind of identified that potential incident, did you or someone from your agency reach out to Cobb County?
Yes, I believe it was one of our intelligence analysts had reached out to Cobb County to get them in the loop.
And at some point, did they come to the headquarters and interview the defendant?
They did.
Now, just to kind of ask some additional questions as to that interview. Now, was that interview conducted in the same room?
Yes.
And at some point, did detectives from Cobb County come and interview the defendant as he is seated there as we saw?
Yes.
All right. Now, at some point after kind of going over all of that, did you and Sergeant Johnson come back in and continue your interview?
We did.
So now I'm going to skip to that portion when you come back into the interview, and that's on this one video 3 of State's Exhibit 470.
Judge, I may have some questions. It's a new interview.
Okay.
I'd like to ask you questions. Okay.
Concerning the first one, yes, you may proceed.
Thank you. When you restarted this interview, and how long were you out before you came back in?
I'm not exactly sure how long it was that we were out of the room.
15, 20, 30 minutes?
Yeah, it wasn't a very long time period. So yeah, within a half an hour.
Okay, within a half hour. Did you reread his Miranda warnings?
No, we did not.
Okay. Even though you had a new situation that you wanted to ask questions about?
That's correct. He had already been advised of those and was still in our custody, so.
And you saw that he was beginning to get maybe sick, there at the end?
Yes, sir.
And did you ask him anything about that, whether he felt like he could continue or anything of that nature?
Other than asking if he needed the trash can, kind of right before we left, that was all I recall. And I don't remember if when we restarted, if I brought that up again or not.
All right. And the Cobb County officers, when did they arrive?
I don't know the exact time they arrived. Sometime I'm guessing around 6 p.m. So.
And you were still interviewing?
Yes.
All right. And did they come into the interview room?
They did after we went out and convened with them, and then they came in.
Okay. And was there random warnings read at that point?
I don't recall if they read him an independent Miranda warning or not.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And Judge, we would object to any continuing playing of the video because we think it's a violation. The fact that they waited 30 minutes before they came back in. This is a new interview, and we feel like they did not read his Miranda warning. Consequently, anything from here on would not be admissible.
You're talking about the interview that continues with Sandy Springs Police Department, or the interview that he's referring to with Cobb County?
The continuation, when they were gone for 30 minutes and then came back in, didn't remind him of his constitutional rights or didn't read the Miranda warning again, then we think that's a violation.
Okay, I'll hear from the state.
Judge, that's just not required. This is a continuation of the interview that they have already been conducting. So, I mean, it's not a violation. I had already asked the officer at any point, he unequivocally wanted to withdraw and stop speaking. So, it's just not a violation. It's just a continuation of the same interview, which is done in almost every case where interviews are conducted. They step out and they come right back in. It is not required for Miranda to be reread to him in a 30-minute gap.
Yeah, I would agree if they'd gone out for 5 minutes, take a break or something like that. This is an interview where they are gathering other information about another case. And they waited maybe 30 minutes before they came back in, knowing that they were going to be interviewing about another case, and they did not read Miranda before Miranda reading. I think that puts it in a different category, so we would object to this one.
Objections noted, but I'm going to overrule the objection. The objection's noted for the record. You may continue.
Thank you, Judge. And so just to go back to State's Exhibit 470, which has already been admitted to evidence, this is Disc 2, Video 1, starting at 18:04 and 16 seconds.
Good man. Good on water. Oh, yeah. I guess I wanted to touch back on the night prior meeting, kind of the messages you were getting, and you talked about that incident that occurred, where was it, behind your house? There probably some good information for us, and you can tell us as a witness now, like what you saw, and you said you saw a cigarette.
All I saw was that they had a Bible in I guess it's their bathroom, and then it's really awesome. They use some lights that fly through the fence hole. That's awesome.
Did you go look or anything?
No, I had to like look in the air, and then when I was like thinking about it, I had left before it happened.
Did you see anything suspicious over that night?
No, I can't think of anything suspicious.
Hear anything?
No, that's the weird one, I guess.
Why? Why was it?
I don't know, my mom said like shooting here.
Have you ever been that way?
When I was a kid, one of our parents' friends just lived there, and we were kind of good friends with their kids and so we were good friends. But then they
Do you know who lives there now?
no. I mean, she said it was just like, it's a random couple. So,
Is there kids living there?
I'm not sure. I think the people that lived there before they were a kid.
How old is she?
The old people they said, it was young, I think.
What about the people that live there now?
I guess they're dead.
Yeah, it was,
That neighborhood wasn't that bad, actually, so I guess something like that happened.
yeah. You got bad kids?
I don't know. They must have moved in pretty, like, recently, I guess. I'm not sure they had to do. I don't know.
The news said they did, they had a little kid in there.
Yeah.
I don't know, you know?
No.
Maybe that little baby now. And maybe sit here and we're a big passion for kids.
Well, it pains me to
Yeah.
know and Sean could, be without their parents like that. That's just hurts me more.
You guys live in there.
Yeah.
But I think I was in there.
And now,
It's over here.
what do you mean?
It's over here. So that,
Oh.
that little kid was in the house when all that happened.
From me? Or from?
I mean, I didn't know about that incident until you started talking about
Oh.
it earlier, so I would have read some news articles.
Well, that's what you said, it was looked it up, and it's bizarre. Yeah, apparently that little kid was home for all that.
Well, their parents, I guess.
Maybe the kids are.
How did they take it? Did they take the, is it,
Do you know? Maybe you
no,
know.
I don't know. I was just gonna ask, like, did they like take it to, like, they took the baby to a safe place?
Yeah, I hope so.
And orphan is such a hard thing to deal with.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, kids. You said you didn't know.
got going on right here is off to the side right now. I mean,
I mean, all I saw was that the lights were on.
And which lights are those again?
It was, I think it's there. It's like a window like above the middle of the house. And, you know, my brother was, I think, getting harassed by the old police lived there for that, you know, so it was just super crazy.
They were arrested, but
Police, so,
what they do?
I don't think they ever really found out.
Were they prosecuted for it?
No. Because, it was so weird.
They just take it for that thing, you know?
It's really,
Things happen, you know, getting back to states, but it's just important for the little kid, you know, to have something to, you know, some sort of justice, some sort of closure, you know, because, I mean, we were talking about earlier, you know, I think we're all Christians in the room, you know.
I don't know, do you think that day people grow up knowing that pain?
I could. But I
Just
think,
saying their parents.
yeah, but I think what can help with that pain is closure and honesty and doing the Christian thing, you know, because
Well, unfortunately, I don't have anything to I don't have any information about it because
you know anybody that does.
no, I mean, besides like the whatever, I guess the local police were there. Besides what they found, I don't know.
Yeah. Have you heard anything what they found in one time? You probably has better knowledge than we do, because all we can read is what was on the news, so what all did she say? How's she know?
I don't know. I mean, she must have, I guess, seen the police in the morning or whatever. And then she was just like, do you know anything about 2 people being murdered, you know, in the neighbor's house on her? So I was like, no, that's not what I just said. And I told her about coming home. Smoke a cigarette in the backyard and drop the mission or I was happy in my car for like 10 minutes. And I was and then I left. The vibe coming off of me. I just came back to Athens.
that's what we got in the news.
Yeah.
We can't get crap from those articles.
Yeah.
Did she say how they were killed? Because we can't even get it down.
I think she said they were shot.
What do you think, Al?
And I wouldn't know. I mean, I don't get the feeling that I knew somebody was up to something, you know, when I was looking at that house anyway. I guess they just broke in.
What do you think about the person that did it? What do you think about them? What kind of person do you think they are?
I don't know how brutal was it.
I don't really know.
Was it even brutal?
Well, it's not in our jurisdiction, so we don't.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking that you're gonna be a great witness, so I just want to.
I wouldn't be able to say anything with this.
The only thing we got is just the one
I mean, what's your opinion? I mean, what do you think? Like, what kind of person? Do you think it was somebody that like made a mistake or had a hunch about something?
Maybe it was, I mean, I would say it was a coincidence that it happened on the same night as I showed up. But I didn't hear anything, which is the crazy part. I mean, or someone could have just been trying to rob and they got scared, I don't know. Just sitting there, I don't know, but this is nuts. But it was broken in the door or something.
Your mom was talking to you about it, did she hear from anybody who were in the house they were or anything?
No, she didn't really. She might have. I can't really remember what she was saying. I was just trying not to like get too worked up about like that happening. I was so close to them. I was kind of like, that's a little close to home.
What do you think should happen to the person that did it?
I guess it depends, like, with what intention it was even like attempted at. Like, I don't know what they were trying to do, which is always a weird part.
I just keep thinking about that kid, you know? That poor kid and what he's going through right now, and what he's gonna go through as he grows up. Just weighs on my heart. About the child. You know? Being right there behind your house.
Give it a kid's going to live with, not having any idea what happened to his parents. It's heartbreaking.
It really is. Something like that's just.
I couldn't imagine my little girl growing up like that.
You know, a lot of orphans do it though, which is the nice part. You know, they can grow up to be some of the most successful people.
I guess we can all hope that for that poor kid.
For sure. I say prayers for
I'll be proud for that
the
kid
kid
and
and
his
his
sister.
sister and me. Thank you so much. Yeah. You know, I never used to be super religious, but God really helped me find a lot of strength in myself and others. So I keep them close to my heart.
Yeah, I kind of get this vibe from you that, you know, with your religion and you know, God and kind of our connection here, that there's something there that you want to help bring peace or healing to somebody.
I think the energy might have been off for some reason, and maybe that just,
Where?
I guess just from a sense of me being at home in the backyard and noticing the lights looking a little like wicked, I guess. I was kind of put off by it.
Yeah. I think you were there for a reason, you know?
It's just a notice, I suppose.
God was there, you know, for a reason, so you could.
Bring some clarity to myself, I suppose, and be able to say prayer and find some peace with this child.
You know, sometimes we all go through a point in our life where we feel like God put us there for a reason. Everybody's happy.
But I was kind of not a believer when I was younger. I was more of a atheistic
this is still State Exhibit, I believe 470. That's 470. Now this is disc 2, video 1, presuming where the previous video.
I'm sorry, Mr. Horowitz, I'm having a little difficulty.
All right, this is State Exhibit 470. Still, but disc 2, video 1, a continuation from the previous video on disc 1, video 3. And
But I was always, knowledgeable of the concept of Christianity and its values. So I just always helped guide me towards being more confident, lover of God.
If anything, it's a great guide on how to live your life.
And the guy on how we navigate mistakes, that's definitely, because Jesus came back for the sinners, to wash people of their sins so that they can have a second chance of life.
That's a courageous sinner to come
God sent His only Son back to a world of filth and sin, so that we could have an afterlife. But through His Son, there are things that as Christians we have to do as well. We have to be like Jesus, act like Jesus, abide by His ultimate word.
He is a very intelligent being and knows love with confidence.
And He was murdered for that.
That's, it's just ignorance, I think. The old types of believers.
The eternal love that He had to offer.
It takes time to love like that, it's hard. And it's worth it if you're able to be in that place in your heart and mind.
Do you know the big love behind you? Were they believers?
I'm not sure. I think the people who lived before their dad lived, and the dude who originally bought the house, I think, was probably pretty Christian. He probably believed, that passed on to his children. These new people, I'm not sure.
Had you ever gone to their house? Did you? Like just go meet them, say, hey, how you doing, neighbor?
No, it was kind of like a suspect, I didn't even involve myself in that house, because my brother was so entangled by something that was happening.
Can you tell me a little bit more about that and the relationship they had?
With all due respect, it was just, I think he was being harassed, and it just kind of got out of control.
Did you ever try to help them though with that?
Yeah, that's what I do with my friends and family, trying to talk to them, be logical, listen to their issues and responsibilities and feelings. I try to work with them to maybe see if they can find some happiness.
Yeah, that's really good.
I enjoy it.
Are you still trying to, I know you said your brother passed, I'm very sorry about that. Are you still trying to help clear some stuff up for your brother?
He was a great soul. He was always my best friend. It's not a tragedy on the family to lose him, especially in such a short manner. It's been pretty hard for me, and that's why I've been talking to the mental health specialists reliably and with confidence. So I can show them that I'm not trying to devolve into something that's important.
Having somebody to confide in is huge.
It really is.
I've been there.
Talking with people about their problems
mean, literally, it'll kill you, both emotionally and physically. I mean, you can't keep stuff like that on dimensions. I mean, number one, for your well-being, but number two, for your faith. You can't.
Well, I don't have any weight on my conscience about me being there.
If you, hypothetically, if you were, would you? Whether or not, if you were there?
I don't know, because I've never like killed anybody, so
What about today?
I didn't do that officer done.
He's got 3 little kids at home, they're going to see their dad.
More kids.
I don't even think they know yet.
It's remorse. About that, he did in the past. But I thought I was going to be taken away, I suppose.
Today? Was there anything that put you kind of in that state of mind where you were out walking around and looking at houses and having, hunches that you needed to enter? Was there something that might have occurred earlier that would have put you in that state?
Sometimes we see people that are in a time of crisis, some terrible events happen in their life, and things kind of get inexplicable from there for a little bit.
It really
You seem like a decent enough dude to me, and did something just go completely awry for you that ended you just walking around in people's houses? Like, it just, that's what doesn't add up, we just,
I only walked into that.
oh, okay, I'm sorry, yeah, so that house.
Yes, there was a special hunch, I guess, from God,
What was he telling you?
this is you. And then, I was just gonna not talk anymore, because I think I've said what I need to say.
Do you want me to let, where do you live?
At work.
Do you, want me to talk with, find out who's handling their case so that you can be able to listen help them? Would you do that?
Do you think that I could provide good information?
I do. I really do. I think that'd be the Christian thing to do.
I suppose I could help if that would alleviate wonder.
I think that'd be,
Conscience,
We
whatever.
would really appreciate it.
yeah. And I appreciate you sticking with us today. I know a lot of things happened, but your honesty, obviously that's what sets you free. And that's what gives you peace. So if there's nothing else you want to talk to me about, or tell me about, we'll, but
God, you guys will think.
Yes, sir. We'll say a prayer for you, man.
I mean, I'm in due diligence to talk to God about, my neighbors and make sure they're okay. And
spend some time talking to him, because I think God will reach out to you and tell you to do the right thing.
that's
Really well. I think so.
What's that for? Lead us
so
away.
cool. Just to be able to trust that, I really like trust. Security and trust.
Well, I think we've established that here, that trust and security.
I always felt like I've tried to promote trustworthiness as a person I'm saying. It's one of the most valuable things.
Well, I'm gonna give you a minute to be alone with God, and hopefully he speaks to you and
I mean, it's significantly blessed my life. And I deserve to live in
I have a hunch that he's gonna talk to you when I get out of this room. And I think maybe he'll have something to help us, or help somebody, and help that child. I mean, I think that's what he's gonna work through you to help that.
Right, now, we can talk about possibly witnessing for these evidence at hearing, or just for evidence, or just
Just help them, just find out who did this. So, all right, well, we'll go work on that, and I'll leave you to make sure it's quiet in here so that he's gonna speak to you soon.
Can I get that one?
Yeah.
Absolutely. I'll be very fresh.
For the record, I'm stopping this video at 18:31 and 33 seconds. Now, Detective, we kind of previously talked about how you spoke with Cobb County, and just for record purposes, sorry. Small, very small, so I was going to come up here and point. Now, down here on the video, what is the current time? Even better. All right. What is the current time of when y'all left the interview room?
That was 6:31 p.m.
Okay. And so then, at some point after 6:31, does Cobb County detectives come and interview Mr. Lanz here in the same room?
Yes,
And was that recorded as well?
it was.
And through the same system in segments like we've seen
Yes,
with your testimony?
that's correct.
Now, I want to ask just a couple of questions about the burglary case itself. Were you the lead detective in that?
I was.
Now, were you tasked with trying to locate the defendant's vehicle that you heard about in the interview?
Yes.
Now, was his, or let me back up one question. Were you able to identify the type of vehicle that he drove?
Yes.
How were you able to do that?
So through public record searches and through law enforcement databases, I and our intel analysts were able to determine that it was a 2018 Lexus sedan.
And that sedan, was that able to be located?
It was. Once we identified the vehicle, we were able to use those same databases to identify a license plate number. And we used searchable license plate reader systems to get an idea that the vehicle was somewhere in the location of Northside Drive and New Northside Drive.
Now, was that car specifically found?
It was.
And where was it specifically found?
And outside of 5665 New Northside Drive.
Now, in relation to the 90 Cameron Glen house, where was that car located?
If you were to follow the roads walking, it would be about 1.5 miles.
Now, is it a shorter distance if you would walk through the woods?
Yes.
Now, once that vehicle was located, what did you do next?
So the officers that located the vehicle impounded it and had it towed to our headquarters, and then I obtained a search warrant through Fulton County Magistrate Court to search that vehicle for any evidence that might link Mr. Lanz or the vehicle to our crime here in Fulton County.
And so was the vehicle taken from its location on New Northside Drive to a location?
Yes.
And where is that location?
So at Sandy Springs Police, we had a secured impound cage for processing vehicles behind our detective's office. It was dropped in that cage.
Now, is that the same location where you had interviewed Mr. Lanz?
Yes, same building.
All right. Now, were photographs taken of that vehicle?
They were.
Now, as it pertains to this case here, after that point, did you have any other additional involvement?
No, I didn't. I passed off the search warrant to the investigators that executed that, and I passed off the rest of the case to Cobb County. My only involvement was taking out the Fulton County arrest warrants.
Perfect. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Attorney Barry. Is there any cross? Sergeant Needham?
Keep going.
Okay, you may proceed.
Did you, actually search the vehicle after it was located?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay, was that Cobb County that did the search?
I know that Detective Tomlin with Sandy Springs took lead on that.
Sorry, Detective Cole.
Tomlin, Tomlin, and I believe Cobb County worked hand in hand with him on that, but I wasn't part of it, so I'm not sure.
Okay. Were you, given any information about anything that was found, any trace evidence found in the automobile?
I don't believe so, I don't recall.
No glass shards in the vehicle on the floorboard or anything of that nature that you know of?
Not that I can think of right now, no, sir.
And I think you already indicated you don't know what time exactly the Cobb County Police arrived, correct?
That's correct.
I think that's all I have, thank you.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Any Rose, is there any follow-up or redirect?
No, Judge.
Right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Judge.
Any objection? Right, Sergeant, you're excused.
Thanks, Your Honor.
Great, I think it might be a good time for a break, because I'm about an hour before to give everybody an opportunity for a break. Let's come back at about 10:45, sorry, thanks, stand in recess. Wait, hold on a second before I do this. Let's see, 10:36. That's fine, 10:45, that's fine, okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Your court for Cobb County is back in session.
Thank you, everyone, please be seated for me. All right, we are back on the record for the state of Georgia versus Matthew Scott Lanz, 229-00922. All parties are present. State, are you ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor, the state calls Detective Peter Dwyer.
You'll raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court on the issue now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated, and once you are seated, if you would please state and spell your true and correct legal name for the record.
Detective Peter Dwyer, Peter, Dwyer.
Great, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Dwyer, how are you employed?
I currently work for the Sandy Springs Police Department.
How many years have you been with Sandy Springs Police?
I started in 2016, so just under 10.
And what is your role with Sandy Springs Police?
I currently am assigned to the Criminal Investigation Division.
As a detective?
Correct.
How many years total have you been in law enforcement?
It's going to be just under 13 years. I started with Fulton County Sheriff's Office.
Wonderful. And you're post-certified?
I am.
Excellent. I want to draw your attention to November 19th of 2021. Were you with Sandy Springs Police Department at that time?
I was.
And did you have an occasion to get called out to 90 Cameron Glen Drive in Atlanta?
It's the Sandy Springs address, but yes, I was made aware of an incident that occurred there.
Okay, and at that time when you were made aware of that incident, were you in some sort of training?
I was in a training class at Roswell.
Okay. Did they ask you to respond to the scene?
That's correct. My supervisor requested me and another detective leave training and respond to the scene due to the nature of the incident.
Once you responded to the scene, where was your attention drawn, or what did you start to do?
I was first responded to headquarters where we received the assignment to go see if we could locate the suspect's vehicle. We were made aware one of our officers had been injured in an incident and that the suspect's vehicle would be parked nearby.
Were you given information as to the make and model of that vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, and do you recall what type of vehicle it was?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
That's okay. Where did you start your search for the vehicle?
I believe I started somewhere in the neighborhood where the incident occurred and I kind of worked my way out.
Okay. And why is it that, I guess explain for the court what type of investigation you held in trying to determine where this car was located?
Sure. At that time, I was assigned to the street crimes unit where we track pattern criminal activity. And we had a rash of burglaries at that time we were also working. And so I believe more than likely those burglars were used for parking in streets nearby and crossing through woods to get to homes.
So did you think that the incident you were responding to was potentially related to this other string of burglaries that you were working?
Initially, yes.
Okay. Obviously, in the end, did it have any relationship whatsoever?
None whatsoever.
Okay. Nonetheless, because you were working this other string of burglaries, where did you conduct your search?
So I ended up conducting my search along the Northside Drive, just off Interstate 285. The woods in that neighborhood backed up to that area, and they were pretty decent sized woods, but I believe it was possible that the suspect could have gone to the woods to get to those homes.
Thank you.
And is that kind of what you had seen with this other string of burglaries, is walking through woods to a different location to where they would park their vehicles?
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State 675 and previously shown to Defense Counsel. Have you seen this map previously?
I have.
And did you recognize the map?
I do.
How is it that you recognize the map?
This is the western edge of the city of Sandy Springs.
And does it include both the location in which you found the vehicle as well as the incident location?
It includes both.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of that area and those two addresses?
It is.
At this time, state moves to tender State's Exhibit 675 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, State 675 is admitted.
And may publish.
Yes.
And that little screen in front of you should be showing the same image here. So what is this highway that we see kind of in the center of the picture?
It's labeled a perimeter, but that's Interstate 285.
Okay. And then you mentioned New Northside Drive. What was the exact address of where you ended up locating the suspect vehicle?
It would have been right next to 5665 New Northside Drive. There's a small cul-de-sac that I don't think is good. It would have been right next to 5665 New Northside Drive. There is a small cul-de-sac in that area that where the woods, where it starts where the woods begin, and the vehicle is located along that area.
And how close is this 5665 New Northside Drive to the 285?
It's right off the interstate, right? I mean, less than a quarter mile.
Okay. Now, if you were to be on foot, are you able to walk more directly from 5665 New Northside Drive to 90 Cameron Berlin Drive?
Yes, if you cross through the woods.
Now, we also see that there's this little body of water here. Is that something that you can just kind of hop over?
I believe it's a creek. I don't remember the size of the creek though.
Now, when you found this vehicle, and let me back up. Did the vehicle that you did it match the vehicle that you were looking for?
Yes.
Was it the same make, model, and license plate number?
Yes.
All right. Were you able to determine whether the vehicle was able to be operated?
No, looked like it appeared to have been abandoned or left there at that point.
And so what did you do?
I requested our tow truck company, which is ATO, and I just kept watching the vehicle until the tow truck company responded.
Did you enter the vehicle in any way before it was towed?
No.
Once the tow truck arrived on scene, were they able to attach the vehicle to the tow truck?
I believe so, yes.
And where was the car towed?
It was to the police headquarters.
Did you follow the tow truck?
I did.
Once the vehicle was then at police headquarters, was it kind of turned over to a different detective for getting a search warrant and searching the vehicle?
That is correct.
From there, after you followed the tow truck to police headquarters, where did you go?
I responded back to police headquarters, obviously with the vehicle, and I was requested in Norfolk to sit with the accused.
And when you say North Fulton, is that a hospital facility?
Yeah, North Fulton is a hospital up in the city of Roswell.
So at that point in time, was Mr. Lanz already at the North Fulton Hospital?
That is correct.
Now, when you're at a hospital, are you even able to get any information as to what drugs someone may be prescribed or given during their stay?
No, they don't typically give that information out.
Nonetheless, did you stay at the hospital until he was released?
I did.
Was he released that same day?
He was.
From there, were you part of the transport team that was responsible for Mr. Lanz?
I was.
From the hospital, where did you transport him?
He was transported to Sandy Springs Police Headquarters.
Was that for purposes of an interview?
For an interview, and then so we could pick up paperwork for transport to jail.
And then once you were at headquarters, did you stand by at headquarters?
I did.
Were you intimately aware of or watching all of his interviews?
Not that I recall.
Nonetheless, were you asked to just stay there until all the police interviews were done so that your team could have him transported to the jail?
Yes, we stood by until we were requested to finish the transport to Fulton County Jail.
And who else were you with that day?
Detective Donaldson.
And is that D-O-N-E-L-S-O-N?
D-O-N-E-L-S-O-N, that's correct.
So after he was through at headquarters, were you and Donaldson responsible for getting him safely from headquarters to the jail?
That is correct.
And that jail was at Fulton County?
That is Fulton County Jail, correct.
Did you put him into the patrol car?
Yes.
Whose patrol car was he inside of?
He was transported in Detective Donaldson's patrol vehicle.
He was transported.
In Detective Donaldson's patrol vehicle?
And was that patrol car equipped with audio and video?
It was.
All right, is that the patrol car video that you've seen previously?
It is.
And prior to testifying, did you review the entirety of that patrol car video?
I did.
All right, and are you actually at least heard getting him into that vehicle?
Correct.
All right, and are you also then at the Fulton jail and assist in getting him out of the vehicle?
Correct.
and the timestamps of that transport, was that all accurate to encompass the entirety of the transport from when you put him into the vehicle until he was taken out of Donaldson's vehicle?
Yes.
Right, and is that all fair and accurate recording of his time inside Donaldson's vehicle?
Yes.
At this time, state moves to tender states 469 into evidence, which is the in-car video from Detective Donaldson's vehicle depicting Mr. Lanz.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
States 469 is admitted.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, and we will jump forward to 5 minutes and 48 seconds. And before we get started, any responding voice that we hear, is that Detective Donaldson's voice?
That is correct.
So for the record, we are starting this 5 minutes and 48 seconds into this vehicle. The timestamp on the video is November 20th, 2021. I apologize. At 1:29 a.m.
Family doesn't even know I've been, threatened and, yeah, almost beat to death or whatever on the curb of intimidation. They don't know that I'm okay, I don't think. But, I don't know, I'll let them know on the phone, I guess.
I can't hear you. You gotta speak up.
Never mind. How close that neck shot was to brainsteming me? Bro, that shit probably should have just happened, on God. I'm just saying, bro, like, even though I know in my heart it was that justified observation, I still feel pain for knowing that there was a child or whatever in that lady's belly. Huh? I still feel terrible about knowing that there was a baby in that woman's body. that true? Was she pregnant with twins? I'm just saying, dude, like, was the lady pregnant? I don't know. Probably not. Maybe.
For the record, we're stopping that at 8 minutes and 50 seconds into the recording, the timestamp on the video being 1:32 and 44 seconds. Now, Detective Dwyer, do you recall whether you or Donaldson had any knowledge or intimate details of the Cobb County murders at that point in time?
At that point in time, I do not believe we did. I mean, we may have been aware Cobb County was at our police department, but I don't think we had any information on why or what it was related to at that point.
All right, now, I want to go back momentarily. During any point in time from the time that you spent with Mr. Lanz at the hospital, the time you spent with him transporting him to headquarters, getting him into Donaldson's vehicle at headquarters, getting him out of the vehicle at the Fulton County Jail, during any of that time period, did you have concerns that he was under the influence, drunk or high, any indicators such as that?
I didn't have any concerns he was under the influence at that point. I mean, I assume at the hospital he gave him some type of pain medication, but he didn't seem under the influence to me.
Did you notice any sort of inability to walk or stand or falling asleep unexpectedly or anything along those lines?
No, I mean, he had followed instructions. He stood up. I mean, he walked into the jail on his own power. I mean, he didn't stumble. I saw no issue there.
Very good. And do you see Mr. Matthew Lanz in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you please point him out for the court?
He's sitting at the defendant's table wearing a neon, I think, green jumpsuit with longer hair.
Let the record reflect that he's identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Great. Attorney Berry, you may proceed with cross.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Detective.
How are you, sir?
And approximately how far was it from where you found the automobile to the incident location, the home invasion?
Are you talking driving or as the crow flies?
Probably one who was walking. How far would that be?
I couldn't guess how far it was. I'm not very good at math, I'm being perfectly honest. I mean, under a couple miles, though. Under.
And you indicated that there was some damage to the vehicle?
Well, I don't recall if I indicated that or not. In my report, did I?
Yeah, what was wrong with the vehicle that was abandoned?
It just appeared abandoned on the side of a road.
Okay. No damage to it? Didn't know whether it ran out of gas, it was just abandoned?
Not that I recall, I don't recall.
Now, the video that we just saw started at 5:48. Was there any conversation before 5:48?
I was not present in that vehicle. I was following directly behind.
Okay. But you listened to the video, you didn't?
I did.
Was there any conversation that you heard or you gleaned from
I
that
don't recall any
video?
conversation prior to that.
Okay. What about after 8:42? Did you glean any conversations after 8:42?
I believe he questioned once we entered the jail complex, he questioned whether it was jail or prison, and I think that was the extent of the conversations.
Okay. Did you ask him any questions during any of the time he was there?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And did Officer Donaldson, did he ask him any questions either?
I didn't hear him, Detective Donaldson ask any questions.
All right, thank you.
Is there any follow-up or redirect?
No, Your Honor,
All
thank
right,
you.
may this witness be excused?
Yes.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Detective Dwyer, you're excused. Thank you, sir. Have a good day. Stay safe. State, you may call your next witness.
State calls Detective Levan Mason.
raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court on the issue now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Have a seat for me. And once seated, if you would please state and spell your true and correct legal name for the record.
First name is Levan, L-E-V as in Victor, A-N. Last name is Mason, M-A-S-O-N.
Thank you. You may proceed. 88 Green.
Detective, how are you employed?
I'm currently with the Cobb County Police Department with the Technology-Based Crimes Unit
How many years have you been with the Technology-Based Crimes Unit?
since 2014.
And how many years total have you been law enforcement?
22 and change, I guess.
22 years?
Yes.
Wonderful. And you're post-certified?
Yes.
What are the primary job responsibilities as a detective with the Technology-Based Crimes Unit?
Just handling most of what the devices that come to us and just getting digital evidence from, be it phones, computers, video surveillance, just where digital evidence is needed for cases.
Wonderful. What is, since we'll be talking about phone extractions, that's where I want to focus. What is a phone extraction?
It's, well, if we have a cell phone that's brought to us, we use proprietary software and hardware to interface with the phone and make copies, basically, of the information that's on the phone as it's brought to us.
And is some of that proprietary software Celebrite?
It is.
All right, and is Celebrite approved by industry standards?
Yes.
And what specifically does Celebrite do?
It goes, well, it interfaces with the phone and basically makes a copy of the file system on the phone and packages it in such a way that we can move it from point A to point B, and then we drag it into Celebrite software that decodes, parses everything out, and basically puts it in a format where you can see the categories of everything that's on the phone.
Very good. Have you received any specialized training, specifically or certification with Celebrite to be able to use Celebrite for purposes of phone extractions?
Yes, I've been certified with Celebrite since, I want to say 2015, just after joining you.
Wonderful. And how many extractions on average do you perform each month?
A month, probably in the teens.
Okay. And then over the course of your career, just a rough estimate of how many phone extractions you've performed?
I would say hundreds, possibly into the thousands, but hundreds definitely.
You kind of alluded to this a little bit, but how many steps are there, if we really just boil it down to layman's terms, how many steps are there in the phone extraction process?
You plug the phone into basically a data port. The software interacts with the phone, runs background algorithms that are proprietary to Celebrite to actually communicate with the phone and copy that data from it. And then after that, the data that's extracted goes into a proprietary file that only Celebrite's software can read. That file goes into their software and then it parses everything out. So maybe 2 or 3 steps total.
And when that data is parsed out and put into a readable format through Celebrite, are you able to manipulate any of the data within?
No.
Okay, and is it an exact copy of the data that exists on the phone?
Correct.
All right, now are there times that you're not able to get certain categories of data or what's called a full extraction?
Depending on what type of extraction you get, what type of phone it is, what type of, I guess, background programming that the Celebrite software actually interacts with the phone and what it's able to glean from that phone. That is correct, yes.
Certainly when you have a brand new iPhone, is it harder to get full extractions from it?
Yes.
Now, is there anyone with your same background and certification through Celebrite able to repeat the steps that you conduct and achieve the same results or the same extraction?
Yes.
Now, once you've put this into readable format through Celebrite, what do you typically do with the phone extraction?
The phone extraction is usually, well, there's a report generated from it, which is the reading report that you mentioned that usually goes to the investigator or whoever's actually looking into the case so that they can look at the contents of the phone and see what's pertinent to their case. But we store the extraction itself and then generate a report that goes to the investigator so they can use that for the investigation.
Okay, very good. Did you perform 2 phone extractions in this case?
I did.
And the phones that you extracted, did you use Celebrite specifically to perform those extractions?
Yes, for both of them, yes.
All right, and were those the devices that belonged to Justin and Amber Hicks?
Yes.
Alright, first I'm going to show you state 605 here, which has already been tendered and admitted. Was this Amber Hicks's device that you extracted?
Yes.
Alright, and then state 606 again, which has already been tendered. Was this Justin Hicks's device that you extracted?
Yes.
And where did you actually get these devices from?
I responded to the initial scene after the incident was being investigated, and crime scene techs were working the scene, and they actually collected those phones from the scene and turned them directly over to me and transported them back to the office for analysis.
Okay. Was that for purpose of expediting this investigation?
Yes.
Alright, did you conduct this same process of plugging it into Celebrate, allowing it to extract the data and then put it into readable format that you previously described for the court?
Yes.
Prior to testifying, did you go back and look at your phone extractions for both of these devices?
Yes.
Right. Did are those phone extractions the phone extractions that you performed on State's Exhibit 605 and 606?
Yes.
All right. And has anything been manipulated or changed?
Couldn't be. No.
And I was going to get to that. Can you even manipulate it and change it?
No.
All right, very good. So at this time, State moves to tender State's Exhibit 472 into evidence, which is on the master drive. That is Amber Hicks's phone extraction, as well as State's Exhibit 473, which is on the master drive and is Justin Hicks's phone extraction.
Any objection is to 472?
No, Your Honor.
Any objection is to Exhibit 473?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Exhibit 472 and 473 are admitted.
Now, in this particular case, did you personally go through the contents of those devices and they analyze the data found within?
No.
Was
no
that
analysis, other than confirming that the phone was the phone that belonged to the person that we believed it belonged to.
Absolutely. Did you find evidence to confirm that it was in fact Amber Hicks's phone and Justin Hicks's phone?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Beyond that, did you provide the phone extractions to Detective Stannard to look at in detail and analyze?
Yes.
Right. Did that pretty much conclude your direct involvement in this case?
Yes.
I think that's all the questions that I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Attorney Berry, any questions for Detective Mason?
Just one question. Did you do anything else at the scene there on November the 18th?
I did assist with some of the video canvassing with working different houses in the area as far as seeing if anybody had any video that was active and pertinent to the case.
Okay. And did you do any of the work on that after that were obtained from the various phones?
That the video evidence that we did have was turned over to one of our other detectives that was basically analyzing the video data kind of en masse.
And was that Detective Smith?
Yes.
But your job at that point was collecting them and then giving them,
Identifying who had video and actually getting it to a place where you could actually look at it. Yes.
all right. Did you do anything else in relation to that?
There was a couple of other devices that were in the house it was kind of a search of the house to see if there was anything else pertinent to video that was in the house, but there was nothing else that was found that actually was capturing the video other than just gathering the phones.
All right. Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you. Is there any follow-up or redirect?
No, thank you.
May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Any objection? Thank you. May this be excused, sir. Thank you. Have a good day. Stay safe. Right. State, you may call your next witness.
State calls Sergeant Jason Harder.
Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court on the issue now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat for me, and once seated, if you'd please state and spell your true and correct legal name for the record.
Yes, sir.
Jason Harder, JASONHARDER.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. Sergeant, how are you employed?
Cobb County Police Department
And how many years have you been with Cobb County Police Department?
since 2007.
And what is your current assignment?
I'm a sergeant with the Technology-Based Crimes Unit.
How many years have you been a sergeant over technology-based crimes?
August 2022.
And did you have previous experience with technology-based crimes?
Yes.
And how many years prior were you a detective with technology-based crimes unit?
July of 2017 till I believe it was March of 2022.
Very good. So a number of years, was that 8 years or so, working specifically with technology-based crimes?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, as a sergeant with technology-based crimes, do you still have the skill set, and are you still responsible for performing things like phone extractions or forensic video acquisition and analysis when needed?
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. I want to jump right in. We've heard a little bit about Celebrate, but I want to talk to you about Gray Key. What is Gray Key?
Gray Key is an advanced tool that came on the market about 2019 roughly, and it has the capability of performing advanced actions with various devices.
Is it similar in nature to Celebrate in terms of being able to extract data off of a phone?
Yes.
And are there times that you actually use both Gray Key and Celebrate?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain what the purpose would be in using both softwares?
With Gray Key is very specific on what it can acquire at that time, which was a file system. If you wanted to do anything with a SIM card, perform an advanced logical or anything like that, you had to move over to Celebrate to perform those extractions.
I'll jump right into this particular case where you asked to perform a cell phone extraction in this case.
Yes.
Okay, and how many cell phones were you asked to extract?
One.
Okay, and do you remember what type of device it was?
Apple iPhone.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 665. Do you recognize State 665?
Yes.
And how is it that you recognize State 665?
That is the item number as well as the physical device. Had a cracked screen and same as the photos I took.
I'm sorry, I missed what you said.
Same as the photos that I had taken from our report.
And so is 665 the actual physical device that you extracted in this case?
Yes.
All right, state moves to tender State's Exhibit 665 into evidence.
Any objection? State 665 is admitted.
And while, just to be clear, did you originally collect this evidence from where it was located?
No.
Okay, was it provided to you for purposes of the phone extraction?
Yes.
And what was your understanding as to the owner of this particular device?
I believe it was the suspect in the case.
Is that Matthew Lanz?
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, for this particular device, did you have to use both Gray Key and Celebrate?
We used Gray Key for the file system as well as Celebrate, I believe, for the SIM extractions.
And in using both of the software programs, were you able to obtain a relatively complete phone extraction from the device?
Yes, on what we could acquire.
And when you say
On what we could acquire. Sorry.
And when you say on what we could acquire, can you explain that a little bit further for the court?
When we talk about data collection, it's what's available at the time we're able to collect it. There used to be different extraction types where you can get the entire end-to-end data from a device, but that changed around iPhone 4, where it went to you can only get certain data sets from phones due to the developer securities and things that limited the tools that we had. So at that time, we were only able to do a file system.
Now, did you successfully extract the file system?
Yes.
In the file system that you did successfully extract, is all of that content true and accurate copies of what would be on the physical device itself?
Yes.
Prior to testifying, did you have an opportunity to look at the copy of your phone extraction that you performed?
Yes.
Okay, and were you able to confirm that that is a true and accurate copy of the extraction that you personally handled?
Yes, it was.
Okay, at this time, State moves to tender State's Exhibit 471 into evidence, which is Defendant Matthew Lanz's phone extraction, which is contained on the State's master drive.
Is there any objection to State's 471?
No, Your Honor, I've had an opportunity to do that.
Thank you. Exhibit 471 is admitted.
Now, do you always personally go through phone extractions, or is it kind of a case-by-case basis?
Case by case.
In this particular case, what did you do after you extracted the data from Matthew Lanz's device?
Brought it in a physical analyzer, generated a read report, and provided that to the requesting detective.
Okay. Was that detective standard in this case?
Yes, it was.
Very good. I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Attorney Berry, any questions for this witness?
No, Your Honor, no question.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Detective Hardy may step down, sir. Thank you. Have a good day. Stay safe.
So we're up to you.
Yes, of course. All right, this looks like an appropriate time for us to take our lunch break. So we'll go to lunch now and be back at 1 p.m. Okay, so not 1:30, but 1 p.m. we'll be back today. All right, everyone enjoy lunch and I'll see you all at 1 p.m. Court's in recess.
Superior Court is back in session.
Thank you. Everyone, please be seated. All right, we are back on the record for the state of Georgia versus Matthew Scott Lanz, 2290092. We are present here in the open courtroom, present to the court, the clerk, the court reporter. Mr. Lanz is represented by Attorney Jimmy Berry, and the state is represented by Assistant District Attorneys Green and Horowitz. Good afternoon, everyone. Is there anything that we need to put on the record, any concerns, any procedural issues?
Not as far as the defense is concerned.
Thank you.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, state, we call your next witness.
State calls Detective Zachary Standard.
You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court on the issue now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you, and once seated, if you please state and spell your true and correct legal name for the record.
My name is Detective Zachary Standard. His first name is Zachary. Last name Stannard.
Right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, how are you employed?
Currently employed with the Cobb County Police Department.
And what is your current role with Cobb County Police?
Currently, I'm assigned to the Cobb County Police Homeland Security Unit, where I was then assigned as the task force officer to the Joint Terrorism Task Force.
How long have you been in that position with the Joint Terrorism Task Force?
I was assigned to the Homeland Security Unit about a year ago.
And you're still attached with CCPD?
That is correct.
Prior to this new assignment, how were you employed?
I was first employed as a uniform patrol officer in Precinct 3. That's where I began my career. From there, I was assigned as a detective to our criminal investigations unit at Precinct 3, which is responsible for property crime-related investigations, so burglaries, stolen cars, thefts, things of that nature. From there, I transferred to the Crimes Against Persons unit, which is essentially our robbery homicide unit. Spent about just shy of 6 years there, and then I went to the Homeland Security Unit. Actually, misspoke. I then went to the Organized Crime Investigations Unit, where I was there momentarily until I was transferred to the Homeland Security Unit.
How many years specifically were you a detective with Crimes Against Persons?
5.5 years.
And what were your responsibilities as a detective with Crimes Against Persons?
In the Crimes Against Persons Unit, we primarily focus on armed robberies and homicide investigations. However, we also do investigate other violent crimes like aggravated assaults, aggravated batteries. We also did adult sex crimes. We would also investigate other deaths, natural deaths, suicides, or any accidental deaths that may have occurred in the county.
Very good. Are you post-certified?
I am.
Okay. And then how many years total have you worked in law enforcement?
12 and a half now.
I want to direct your attention to November 18th of 2021. Were you a detective with Crimes Against Persons at that time?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And what hours did you typically work back then?
That time I was on day shift. I believe the hours were from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Tell the court about your notification of this particular case.
So I was working my normal day shift. The call came into a supervisory detective, typically a sergeant, who will field calls from the patrol division. From there, my supervisor informed me that there was a homicide in our Precinct 1 area in Ackworth. He then assigned me as the lead detective.
And was that at 5059 Ravina Drive?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Is that here in Cobb County?
It is.
Did you respond to the scene?
I did.
What were your observations of the scene?
So when I first got to the scene, there was already a large amount of patrol officers there who had already responded and cleared the home. So my first thing that I did when I arrived was speak to the officers, kind of get an idea of what they saw, what they heard, what they may have encountered upon their arrival. At that time, the child, Jacob Hicks, was already reunited with some of the family members. There had already been multiple family members on scene and had stayed on scene. The first thing I did was do a perimeter walk around the house as I'm speaking with patrol officers, and they're relaying information to me. So I was initially directed to the rear of the home, where I was informed that they discovered some forced entry. The first thing I saw and examined was a broken window on the first floor of the home near the back patio area.
And typically, when you see signs of forced entry, where does your mind start going?
That crime has likely occurred.
Do you typically start then looking for evidence of things being rummaged through or theft or something along those lines?
That would be one of the things we would look at. And going back to my property detective days, I did work a lot of burglaries, and that was a common theme you see in burglary investigations.
Did you see any evidence of that sort of burglary, of going through drawers, rummaging through property, taking any valuables?
No, once I entered the home, there was kind of a bit of a chaotic scene in the living room and sunroom area. However, outside the initial scene, inside the home, there were valuables, purses, computers, cell phones, weapons in the house. Nothing else really seemed disturbed or appeared as things that had been removed from the home as far as valuable items.
Did it appear that anything really at all had been touched in the upstairs area?
No, it did not look disturbed upstairs.
What were your observations of Amber and Justin Hicks?
My observations, I found Amber Hicks on the couch. If you were facing the couch, she would have been on the far left, so closest to where the window had been damaged. She was laying down on the couch with her feet propped up. She had her shoulder blades kind of resting on the back cushion of the couch, and her head slumped down. I could immediately tell just by some of the blood patterns that I noticed on her clothes that she had been likely shot multiple times. I then saw that Justin Hicks, he was on the far right side of the couch, if you're facing the couch, on the floor with his back shoulders leaned up against the sofa. He'd appeared to have, just from examining that part of the scene, I suspected that he had stood up momentarily before being struck. As well with Justin, I saw multiple spots blood spots on his clothing that indicated to me that he was also likely shot multiple times.
Was it completely obvious where these gunshots were prior to medical examiner or investigators arriving on scene?
I could see that Justin had some blood on his shirt on one of his arms. I also saw that Amber had a shirt kind of pulling near the center of her clothing, but I can't tell where all the shots were on her body.
So at that time, when you first arrived on scene, could you really determine exactly how many shots there were for each Amber and Justin?
Not until the medical examiner's office arrived.
What sort of physical evidence were you all able to discover on scene?
So initially, obviously, once we determined that it was likely they were suffered from gunshot wounds, we were looking for shell casings.
Were you all able to find any?
Yes, 3 shell casings were recovered from the first floor of the home.
Okay, do you remember where those shell casings were located?
Yes, 1 shell casing was located in the kitchen area near the stove. 1 shell casing was located underneath like a little kid's trampoline that was in this sunroom that had been converted into like a play area for the young child. And then 1 shell casing was sorry, I have to think about that. The 3rd shell casing, I may have to check my notes.
That's okay, we'll circle back to that. Typically, when a gun is fired, how are casings ejected from a gun?
To the rear and to the right.
Now, do you ever expect that wherever a shell casing first lands, it's going to stay in that exact position?
Typically not. It also depends on the scene. From my recollection, at hardwood, so shell casings can roll on a hard surface if it's something like grass or has some foliage, some shrubbery or something that could get lands and stay right where it is. But yeah, something like a hardwood floor, things could roll or shift.
When you all are looking at location of casings, are you really just looking at that general area as opposed to precise locations?
Yes. And in terms of the house, we're looking primarily on that first floor in that area.
Of the casings that you all were able to recover, first of all, what size casings were these?
This is a 9mm.
Do you recall the head stamp on these?
SIG.
The SIG?
Correct.
Of the casings that were located there, did any of them seem in an unnatural position?
In an unnatural position, they were spread out pretty far within the residence.
With respect to your observations on scene, did you ever make a determination or have an opinion as to where the shooter was likely standing in terms of behind the couch versus in front of the couch?
Based on where the shot placements were on the body, to the right of the victims, in between the couch and the broken window.
Was there any indication based on the shots of these victims that the shooter would have been firing from behind the couch?
No.
Were there any casings located in the kitchen?
There were.
And did it seem that casing could have landed there based on where you believe the shooter was standing?
I don't believe so.
Now, with respect to the casing that was located kind of behind the dog bed, could that have been kind of where the casing originally landed?
I don't believe so. Could it maybe, but they were so spread out that it didn't really make sense for a person to be standing in that position.
Because of that, what type of efforts did you all have to find the casings in this case?
So while we were doing our evaluation of the Amber and Justin Hicks, we determined that they suffered from multiple gunshot wounds, likely within 5 or 6 gunshot wounds divided between the two of them. We only located 3 shell casings initially. They were a bit difficult to find. So standing in the living room area of the residence, just looking around, you would expect to kind of see a shell casing. They were a little difficult to find, so you had to look under things, like behind a dog bed, look all the way in the kitchen, look under a trampoline. Kind of took a minute to find these. We only recovered 3. We knew we at least had possibly at least 2 more. We removed the cushions from the couch after the medical examiner's office had removed the bodies. We took out the carpet. They had like a rug underneath the couch. We removed that. And we were looking behind picture frames, moving toys and toy chests throughout the house looking for these shell casings. We couldn't find the additional shell casings.
So it sounds like y'all looked in the playroom as well, near the Christmas tree and so forth.
The whole first floor of the house, we looked behind every different cranny that we could.
What about projectiles?
Yes, we did recover projectiles on scene.
How many projectiles?
2 on scene.
Okay. Were those consistent with the 9mm?
In my opinion, yes.
Now, within the home, we've seen some of this, but were there various devices capable of recording and storing video evidence?
There were.
Okay. Did that include the front door?
Yes.
Did that include the side door?
Yes, there was a camera there.
Okay. Was there also some sort of like doggy camera?
Yes, I can recall the actual official name of that camera system. There was some kind of camera for your pet cam you would set up when you go away so you can watch your dog. Unfortunately, that was unplugged and powered off. And it was sitting on a shelf in the living room.
And what about the cameras, one at the side door and one at the front door?
Can you say that again?
What about the camera at the side door and the front door? What efforts did you make to determine whether there was stored footage?
So that was both of those cameras were through the Nest camera system, which is owned by Google. So later on in the investigation, after I got back to the office, the first thing I did was send what we call preservation requests to Google and Nest saying, hey, if there are any data, please save it and preserve it before it can be deleted. From there, I then sent a legal process to Google, who again, like I said, owns Nest. When I received a response back from Google, I discovered that the way their account was set up, they had like a free trial run. And back in 2021, if you had the free trial run, it would do motion activated images. So it would take an image if there was some motion detected. And if you had the free storage at the time, it would only save for 3 hours. So any footage that happened during this time frame of this crime was deleted and rewritten and overwritten. So by the time we even got the 911 call, any storage that may have existed at that time, those images would make up.
So based on the scene itself, talking only about the Hicks's residence, were you able to collect any evidence other than the 3 casings and the 2 projectiles?
We recovered some mobile devices that belonged to the victims, as well as we took their some Apple Watch devices that were charging in the upstairs master bedroom.
We're going to look at those items in just a moment. Were you able to develop any leads from your investigation of just the scene?
No, we were not.
Did you rule out the possibility of like a burglary or theft or anything along those lines?
At that particular time, we had no idea we couldn't. The scene wasn't consistent with a burglary. Like I said, there wasn't anything rummaged through or things taken, but at that point in the investigation, we really had no suspects or motive.
And obviously, when we're talking burglary, I'm talking specifically as it relates to entering for the purpose of theft.
Right.
Okay. Now, because you had no leads from the scene itself, what efforts did you make with respect to Justin and Amber's cell phones?
Well, I personally went through those cell phones manually back at the crime scene person's office.
Was that prior to the full extraction?
It was.
Okay. What was the purpose of going through them manually before even attempting the extractions?
So luckily, during our search of the home, there was an office area with a desk and filing cabinets. Luckily, Justin was a good note taker and kept just about every piece of paper he ever had, I think. And he actually wrote down the passcodes to his phone and Amber's phone. So we had found that in the house, which can accelerate us getting in the phones. The mobile device is locked. It can be difficult if we don't know the passcode to get in that phone and extract that data. Because we had no leads at that time, I thought it'd be more efficient to manually go through the phone if I had the passcodes, instead of waiting for however long it may take technology-based crime unit to actually do that extraction.
Now, because you went through them manually, did you make any efforts to make sure that you didn't change any of the contents of that device?
Yeah, correct.
What efforts were those?
We would just hold up the phone. Every other detective with me, we would just scroll through the text and read them.
Well, I guess did you put it in airplane mode?
Oh yes, that's something we do as soon as we take a device. Yeah, as soon as we take a device, we put it in airplane mode so it cannot connect to like Bluetooth or anything, and or so we could like remotely wipe it.
All right, now going through those 2 devices, were you able to identify any possible enemies or love triangle or conflict or beef or anything along those lines?
None whatsoever.
Did you also speak to family members to see if they could point you in any specific direction?
We did. We spoke to several family members who were already on scene by the time we got there. No one could think of anybody who may want to hurt them or have any reason why someone would want to hurt them.
Now, with a case like this, when you have no leads whatsoever while on scene, how important is it to expedite things like DNA?
Very important.
Did you all take those steps?
Yes, we did. We partnered with our ATF partners to get some DNA processed.
And obviously that takes at least some time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In the meantime, did you start looking further into both Justin and Amber and trying to develop a timeline?
Yeah, so another thing we'll do with victims, especially if we have no clear motive at this time or any clear suspects, we do essentially victimology, and we try to establish what their history looks like, what their day-to-day looks like, who they interact with on a regular basis, things like that.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 660. Do you recognize State 660?
I do.
All right, and how is it that you recognize State 660?
I took that photograph myself.
And was this taken while still on scene?
It was taken in the master bedroom.
Is this a fair and accurate photograph? Well, first of all, whose watch is depicted in State 660?
This is Justin Hicks' watch, Apple Watch.
Is that a fair and accurate photograph of the notifications that were on his Apple Watch back on November 18th of 2021?
Yes.
State moves to tender State 660 in evidence.
Any objection to State 660? It's admitted.
May publish.
Yes.
All right, so what was significant and what is it that you were documenting in State 660 here?
So like I said, we were still on scene at the time, and I was looking, just tapped the Apple Watch and saw this notification that there had been a motion sensor activation at one of their security cameras at 10:17 p.m.
And did you find any items by that side door when you all arrived on scene on November 18th of 2021?
Yes, there was a side door if you were facing the garage, just to the right of the garage, and there was a door that led into the interior near like the washroom and interior hallway that went into the kitchen. There was a brown package that appeared to have been delivered.
Later on during your investigation, were you able to determine that this notification was associated with that package?
Yes, once we gathered some video surveillance footage from the area, particularly a camera from across the street, I believe it's 50/50 Verbena. We watched a delivery driver deliver a package at that exact time.
And just to be clear, where it says attachment 1 image, were you able to get that image by clicking on the notification or anything like that?
No, the Apple Watch did not show me the image. Then we sent that legal process, like I said, to Nest, and that data had been overridden.
You mentioned the surveillance video that was eventually obtained. I know we went through it in detail, but I do want to just kind of talk about a couple of the time frames there. When was it that you had evidence that Amber and Justin were still alive?
From video footage, we saw them arrive around 7:07 p.m.
And then do you recall when it was the first time that the back floodlights were illuminated based on the sensor?
Approximately 9:31 p.m.
And then what were the other two times that the back floodlight sensors were illuminated?
Activated again at 9:55 p.m. and then again at approximately 10:10 p.m.
And that 10:10 p.m., was that the last time those lights were triggered?
It was.
So 10:10 p.m., last time being that those rear lights were triggered. How many minutes after that did Justin get the notification about the package delivery?
It was about 7 minutes. That was also confirmed through the video camera from across the street.
And so was that also the timestamp of the camera from across the street of 10:17 p.m.?
Yes, the camera time when we saw the package delivery matched exactly to the notification on the Apple Watch.
So initially, kind of based on that surveillance footage, what time frame were you really looking at?
From that point, about 9:55 p.m. to about 10:10 p.m.
Now, later, did you obtain full extractions from Detective Mason?
I did.
And that's specifically for Amber and Justin's phones?
Correct.
Were you able to find additional items that helped establish that timeline?
Yes, I did.
First, going to show you State 661 here. Do you recognize State 661?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize 661?
This is a text group chat that was extracted from Amber Hicks' phone. Two other individuals in this group chat with her.
Is that a fair and accurate Celebrite reader report with this text thread between Amber and her friends?
It is.
State those contenders, state 661 into evidence.
Any objection? State 661 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
Looking at the top here, does it tell you who was involved in this text conversation?
It does. It will list out the everyone involved in this group chat, and it will also identify who the owner of the mobile device is. So in this case, Amber Hicks.
And as we zoom out, when we see blue text messages, is that from the owner or the other parties?
The other parties.
Okay. And then the green messages, who would that be from?
That would be from Amber.
I'm going to start on page 3 here. First, I'm gonna have you read kind of each of these line by line, but what is the nature of this conversation?
Appeared they were setting up a get-together where they would go out to eat, hang out.
And does it have the timestamps associated with when these messages were sent?
It does be in the bottom right-hand corner of each text message.
So on page 3 here on 11/17/21 at 6:51 p.m., what message does Amber send to her friends?
She sends, "That sounds great, actually. I love Olive Garden and have not had it in forever, although I am up for whatever."
All right, and then looking further into the conversation here, what time was it that one of her girlfriends responded?
In November 17th of 2021 at 9:56, 54 seconds p.m.
Okay, and then with respect to Amber, what does she do on November 17th of 2021 at 9:59 and 37 seconds?
She loved a text message that was sent by one of the other participants.
And then what does Amber Hicks do on November 17th of 2021 at 9:59 and 40 seconds?
She then loved another separate text message that was sent by another friend.
Now, thereafter, was there any further conversation from Amber Hicks?
No, there was no other. So, just to kind of explain, when you love or like a text message, you have to actually put your finger on the text message, pull the text message down, the little indicator pops up, and you hit the heart, so that shows proof of life. There can be other data on the phone, emails coming in, things like that may register on your phone, but it's not actual like physical action that you did on the device. So that was the last one, physical actions on the device that I could determine was made by the owner, Amber Hicks.
And so were there other messages and calls and so forth found in Amber Hicks's phone?
Yes.
Okay, but were the messages that we saw on, or the reactions to messages that we saw on state 661, page 4, were those the last activities that Amber herself would have done on her phone?
Yes.
Okay. So what does that tell you, kind of further evidence as it relates to the timeline?
That would have been the last known moment of life that we could establish.
At 9:59 p.m., how did that align with the 9:55 to 10:10 p.m. window that you had previously established?
Shortened it for about 4 minutes or so.
Now, did you also look for similar items of evidence within Justin's phone?
Yes, we did.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 662. Do you recognize State 662?
Yes, I did.
All right, and how is it that you recognize 662?
So this is physical activity, heart rate monitor sensors that were recorded from the device Justin Hicks' phone.
Is that a fair and accurate copy of one of the reader reports that was produced from Justin Hicks's phone extraction that was previously admitted in this case?
Yes.
State moves to tender state 662 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
State 662 is admitted.
Now, if we look at kind of earlier in the day, on November 17th of 2021, was there a significant amount of activity logged on Justin's phone?
Yes, there was some.
So I'm gonna go back to page 8 of state 662. Are these some of those readings?
Yes, sir.
Um,
Different categories of different readings that were recorded to the device.
Did the phone itself appear to stay active for the better part of November 17th of 2021?
Yes.
I now want to look at page 2 of states 662 here. Did you still see activity on the device? Sorry. In the 8 o'clock hour?
Yes, up to 8:47 p.m. and 4 seconds.
And so what does that tell you, at least with regard to whether Justin's phone was moving in some capacity at 8:47 and 4 p.m.?
Yes, this would indicate that the phone was being moved.
Now, did you care so much about the accuracy of the number of steps or anything like that?
No, the distance and stuff were not as interesting to me. It was more of the establishing a timeline of showing some type of life.
Now, after that 8:47 and 4 seconds, when is the next time that you saw the device itself log movement?
It would have been at 6:16 a.m. and 59 seconds.
And will you go ahead and read off the various timestamps for logged movement?
Yes, so we had the one at 6:16 a.m. 59 seconds. The next one would have been 6:27 a.m. 49 seconds. And the last one was 6:43 a.m. 43 seconds.
And then going up a little bit further, did you see additional movement later on?
Yes, this is at 8:53 a.m. in 10 seconds, and then 8:53 a.m. in 10 seconds as well as how the distance traveled.
And these 6 a.m. and 8 a.m. Movements that were logged, is that November 18th of 2021?
Yes, correct, sir.
Okay. And at that point in time, had police arrived on scene yet?
No, they had not.
Where was Justin Hicks's device found within the home?
Justin Hicks's device was found resting on top of a baby gate that was between the sunroom where the child's toys were, Jacob's toys were, and the living room.
Did it appear that it had been there when Justin and Amber were alive and well?
It wouldn't make much sense that it would be there.
Were there any other items around that area indicative of child play?
Yes, there was toys scattered, things removed from shelves, and kind of a scattered, chaotic scene that you see in a child's playroom.
Was there other toys actually on the gate where Justin Hicks's phone was found?
Yes.
Do you remember any of those items?
Don't recall the specific toy that was on the gates. I do remember the phone being on the gate.
Right now, were you able to determine whether these timestamps associated with movement of the device was relatively accurate?
The movement of the device was relatively, yes.
Okay. Looking down at the bottom of page 2, were you able to see whether there was any movement at 7:07 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And how did that align with the video surveillance that was recovered from 5050 Verbena at 7:07 p.m.?
The November 17th at 7:07 p.m. was consistent with the time frame that we had from video across the street of the Hicks arriving at home.
So with respect to the movement that we then see on November 18th of 2021, what conclusions did you make about that morning movement?
Based on where the phone was located and the fact that Jacob was found inside the house downstairs, and then it looked like it was clear that Jacob had gone downstairs to play with toys, we believe that that is the first indication of Jacob at least coming downstairs and taking his father's mobile device.
Of course, is there any way to know what time Jacob actually got downstairs for the first time?
No.
So this is simply once he decided to play with his dad's phone.
Correct.
Looking next at state 663 here, do you recognize state 663?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
This is a text message that was sent to Amber Hicks' mobile device.
And what day was that?
That was November 18th of 2021 at 8:07 a.m.
Is that a fair and accurate screenshot of that text that came through on Amber's device on November 18th of 2021?
Yes.
Did that come directly off the phone extraction that's been previously admitted?
Yes, it was.
State moves to tender state 663 into evidence.
No objection.
State 663 is admitted.
May I publish? Yes. So looking at this message here, were you able to tell whether anyone read the message that came in at 8:07:34 seconds?
Yes, the status of the text message indicated unread.
And with respect to this particular message, what did that have to do with?
The box had been delivered at 10:17 p.m. Next to their side door.
Is that where it says your Carter's order?
Correct, it was a Carter's box of his child's clothing.
Right, next, looking at state 664 here. Do you recognize state 664?
I do.
How do you recognize state 664?
This was a photograph on Amber's iPhone of herself, her son Jacob, and her husband Justin in front of the residence at 5059 Verbena.
And is that also a fair and accurate depiction of some of the metadata found within her device?
It is.
State moves to tender states exhibit 664 into evidence.
No objection.
State 664 is admitted.
May I publish? Yes. Now, has the court seen this photo itself previously?
Yes.
Okay. But what is captured here that was significant just in terms of understanding the bigger picture of the timeline here?
The home was purchased by the Hicks on August 31st of that year, 2021. This was the kind of the first picture that they had taken as a family at the house.
Okay, and what was the date of that, please?
It was September 5th, 2021 at 5:50 p.m.
What was the first kind of major break in your investigation?
It's a notification from the Sandy Springs Police Department.
When did you receive notification from the Sandy Springs Police Department?
It's early, I think it was around, by that time, like 9:30, 10 a.m. on the.
I guess what day, sorry.
Oh, sorry, November 19th.
Okay, 2020.
2021.
And why is it that you were receiving notification from Sandy Springs?
So I just came back from processing the scene. We had no leads at the time. Essentially went home, took a very quick nap, went back into work. As soon as I walked into the office, I was notified by a supervisor at Sandy Springs. Sandy Springs Analyst had contacted the office to let us know that they had just placed an individual in custody for entering 2 homes and stabbing a police officer. The reason why we were notified is because that individual was later identified as Matthew Scott Lanz, lived near the Hicks. It was actually the house right behind the Hicks. So they felt like they wanted to pass that information along to us.
At that point, had the media kind of reported on the fact that there was a murder investigation from 5050 Verbena?
Yes, and the analyst had seen some things on the news and wanted to read that to us.
Now, was there any vehicles associated with Mr. Lanz that allowed Sandy Springs to kind of connect the dots for you all?
Yes, it was notified that they had recovered a black 2008 Lexus GS 350, and that vehicle they determined was registered to Matthew's parents, Teresa and Scott Lanz.
So what did you do upon receiving this notification?
I responded to Sandy Springs. I originally responded to the incident with the officer involved shooting occurred.
Was that on Cameron Glen?
Correct.
All right, now, the point in time that you arrived at Cameron Glen, was Matthew Lanz there?
No, he was not. He had already been transported to the hospital to receive medical treatment.
Now, what about the 2008 Lexus GS 350?
I believe that was, don't recall if it was still where it was recovered or if they had already transported it yet, but I know it was transported to Sandy Springs Police Department headquarters.
Did you end up going to Sandy Springs Police Department headquarters?
I did after I left the scene of Cameron.
And while you were there, did you have the opportunity to personally observe the 2008 black Lexus GS 350?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you. What's marked as 687 through 707, if you'll flip through those. And did you have an opportunity to go through all of these items before you testified as well?
Yes, ma'am.
So do you recognize state 687 through 707?
Yes.
How is it that you recognize those images?
This is Matthew Lanz's vehicle at the Sandy Springs Police Department headquarters.
Now, those fair and accurate photographs of his car at Sandy Springs during their search warrant execution.
Yes, it is.
And did you have the opportunity to personally observe while it was there and the contents of the vehicle while it was still in Sandy Springs?
Yes, I did.
State News Contender states 687 through 707.
State 687 through 707 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
Starting with state 687 here, what are we looking at?
It's the front of the vehicle.
Were photographs taken along all sides of the vehicle as well?
Yes, it's pretty standard.
State 692 here, what do we have on state 692?
We're taking a photo to document the license plate that's affixed to the rear. This particular one was a Georgia Tech CGI 9767.
And just while we're on the topic, so I don't lose my train of thought, when you have a known license number or license plate, are you able to run that through any license plate reader systems?
Yes.
And did you do that in this particular case?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to obtain any relevant images of this license plate from, let's say, 8 p.m. on November 17th of 2021 until 1 a.m. on 8 p.m. on November 17th of 2021 through 1 a.m. on November 18th of 2021?
No.
State 697 here, what are we looking at?
It's a photograph of the driver's side of the vehicle.
State 698.
This is the back seat of the vehicle. There's a green backpack observed in the back seat.
State 699. That is in that same backpack.
Yeah, it's a picture of the same backpack, but from the passenger side of the vehicle.
State 700. What is it that was being depicted in State 700?
So that was a metal flashlight that we had found in a glove box.
Was this of interest to you?
It was, yes.
Why is that?
So as we were examining the flashlight, noticed at the end cap it was pointed at the end, and I found some
I'm sorry, the cap was what?
pointed at the end. There were some scrape marks on the end cap. That point was kind of consistent to items I carry back on patrol to break windows. Usually I carry a window punch or something. If there's a vehicle accident, someone's trapped, we would have like a pointed end on it so you could break a window. So when I saw that, I thought that was interesting since we had a broken window in our scene.
Is that what we're looking at in state 702?
Yes.
State 703, is that the same flashlight?
Yes, and in this picture you can kind of see towards the end cap how it protrudes out to a point. There was some scuff marks around the edges.
And state 704.
I was documenting the other end of the flashlight.
What was being documented in state 705 here?
This would be the center console where we located an Apple mobile device.
State 706, was that device then removed from the center console for better documentation?
It was.
Is that what we see in state 706?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then what are we looking at in state 707?
Depicting the backside of the phone.
Ultimately, was the search warrant obtained to retrieve that phone and bring it to Cobb?
Yes, it was first seized by the Sandy Springs Police Department, and then at a later date got a separate search warrant to take it from their property and take it back to Cobb County.
And did you collect that item of evidence?
I did, yes.
Is that in looking at state 665, which was already admitted? Is state 665 the cell phone that was found in Matthew Lanz's center console that we just looked at in photographs 705 through 707?
Yes, this is the mobile device.
Now, while Mr. Lanz, did Mr. Lanz get transported to Sandy Springs headquarters while you were still there?
Yes, it was.
Did you have an opportunity to interview?
I did.
I want to, so was this still on November 19th of 2021?
It was, yes.
Do you recall what time it was when you conducted your interview?
Approximately 7:15 p.m.
At that point,
I'm sorry, are you admitting 665?
it has already been admitted, so I was just circling back.
To there. Okay.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. You said 7:15 p.m.?
Yes.
At that point in time, had the Sandy Springs detectives, Detective Needham and Detective Johnson, had they already interviewed Mr. Lanz?
Yes.
Is that the footage that we watched earlier today?
Yes, it is.
When you conducted your portion of the interview, do you recall how much time had passed between when Detective Needham and Detective Johnson ended their interview to when you and Detective Jackson began y'all's interview?
Approximately 45 minutes.
Was it in the same room that was seen in the previous footage?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was that a video and audio recorded room?
It was.
And who was there other than yourself?
Detective Ben Jackson. Ben Jackson.
At the point in time that you all arrived, had Mr. Lanz already been read his Miranda warnings?
Yes.
And had he agreed to speak to Sandy Springs officers without counsel?
Yes.
Had they started initiating any conversation with him regarding your investigation of Amber and Justin's murders?
No.
Did they talk to him at all about that?
About the Cobb incident?
Yes.
Yes.
And was there indication before you even walked in the room as to whether Mr. Lanz was willing to speak to you all?
Yes.
Once you all got in the room, did you re-Mirandize him?
We did not read Miranda's in that.
Did you talk to him at all about his rights or ask him about whether he was read his rights?
Yes, Detective Jackson confirmed with Matthew that he had been read his rights, and he replied yes. Then he asked him, did you understand that?
And was based on his response to, did you understand your rights, was he asked whether he was willing to speak to you all?
Yes, he made a comment about how he was planning on speaking with his attorney to reach out to us to set up a witness interview.
So did he phrase it as though he was a possible witness to y'all's homicide investigation?
Correct.
Did he proceed to then have a conversation with you all?
Yes.
Right. Did he at all appear to be under the influence, meaning drunk or high or slurred speech or anything along those lines?
No.
Did he have difficulty staying awake?
No.
Did he have difficulty making and maintaining eye contact?
No.
Was there any indication that you observed that made you feel that he had too many drugs in his system from his gunshot wounds to know what was going on or what the nature of y'all's conversation was?
No, he was speaking clearly to us. We could understand what he was saying, and he seemed to be aware of where he was and why he was there.
Was there any hope of benefit offered throughout you all's conversation?
No.
Was there any fear of injury?
No.
Did you all threaten him in any manner?
No.
Did you use any weapons to obtain a statement from him?
No.
Did you use any coercive police tactics at all?
No, ma'am.
What was the tone of y'all's interview with him?
Conversational. Towards the end, I got a little more accusatory towards him, but yeah, 99% was conversational.
Prior to taking the stand, did you have the opportunity to review your portion of the defendant's interview?
Yes.
Is that what's contained in State's Exhibit 474?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, similar to the Sandy Springs investigation, is their recording system kind of broken down into chunks?
Yes, it was.
And is that just how you get a copy of it?
Yeah, that's how their system works, I guess.
Despite being broken up into segments, is that the entirety of y'all's conversation and interview with Mr. Lanz?
Yes, even though there were chunks of clips, it was a continuous, so there was no portions missing throughout the interview.
This time, State Business Center State's Exhibit 474 in evidence.
And Judge Lowe, after that, under the same grounds that we checked prior, it was 45 minutes from the time that they stopped the second part of that interview. The officers were there for a different purpose than what was associated with the first group of officers, which was a home invasion there in Sandy Springs. So this was totally different. They came to talk with him about another crime that happened in Cobb County. So consequently, Judge, the fact that they did not read him Miranda, they did not have him sign a Miranda waiver, and the fact that he made a comment about wanting to get with his lawyer about setting up something to talk with him about. For all those reasons, Judge, we would object to this interview going back.
State, I hear your response.
Your Honor, you heard the first portion of this interview that was conducted by Sandy Springs officers, and in that conversation, or in that beginning portion of the interview, he specifically asked if he would be willing to talk to Cobb County officers, in which he indicates that he would. They had already kind of begun the conversation and actually started to interview him on this topic, so Mr. Lanz knew very well exactly what Cobb County officers were there to do in terms of the interview. At the start of that interview, as indicated by Detective Stannard, they did ask him whether he had been read his Miranda rights by Sandy Springs officers. He indicated he had. They then asked whether he understood his rights and would be willing to speak to them, and he replied that he was actually going to reach out to his attorney to be able to set up a meeting with Cobb County officers in order to discuss his witness testimony, essentially making it sound as though he was a witness or potential witness to this homicide investigation. Thereafter, as indicated by the detective, they began their conversation. So at no point in time did he invoke his rights, and clearly he understood the nature of that conversation. Additionally, I would point around to Quintana versus the state, which is 322 Georgia 61. That's from June 24th of 2025. And in that case, Your Honor, the Supreme Court of Georgia held that coercive police tactics are a necessity in order to find that a interview was not voluntarily given. In this case, I don't think there's any way to make that sort of finding. You've seen the beginning portion of this interview, which continues on in that very nature, so I don't think that's an issue at all. 45 minutes isn't long enough to make this unduly lengthy of an interrogation. That's very normal to take breaks during interrogations. You've heard testimony that he was lucid, that he was willing to speak to officers, that you saw previously his relaxed body language and so forth. And so I don't think there are any grounds to find that this is an involuntary statement that shouldn't be admitted.
You all approach one more for me. Right, the court is going to admit the video over objection. In the admittance of the video, if during the course of viewing the video, the court makes a determination based on the totality of the circumstances that a Miranda warning should have been reread, the court will then make a decision on whether or not it can consider that portion of the interview in evidence. So you may play, publish the video.
And Your Honor, for the record, this is labeled as Disc 2, Video 2, and we'll begin with a timestamp of 19, 15, and 25 seconds. All right, Your Honor, sorry, we missed our spot, so it will be 19, 15, and 12 seconds.
Thank you.
You guys water, anything else you use, crackers? Need dehydrated, sir? Sorry, you need anything else? I need something else to drink? I'm Executive Jackson, Assistant Secretary. Man, I really appreciate talking to this. Actually, you might have seen something here at the house last night. We're working on it, you heard about it. We're working on a murder that happened in Akron. I understand you were there last time you might have seen something. Man, I'll be honest with you, this, in the answer to Burns, we've been trying to wrap our brains trying to figure out what happened. Before I left this morning, my 6-year-old prayed me like, oh, yeah, we need to solve this case. Yeah, you and me too. Man, like I said, I actually may have some information out.
Alright, and that's the end of that portion of disc 2, video 2, so it will now resume with disc 2, video 3.
With something, but since we are here, we're getting into some, the same strings guys, so I need to write to you.
Yes, they do.
You understand all that?
I was quite frankly, I was intending to be able to leave soon and go call my lawyer and talk to him about it, just set up a witness testimony or whatever.
Okay, well, that's good.
Yeah, I was just saying, I gave my side of the sort of story to, officers.
Okay. Like I said, we're here to talk about having an you want to talk to us about that now?
I'll just say, I mean, all I saw was their lights were on, and those were the lights that were always on. I think my brother was being harassed by the neighbors. And that was just not something I really want to go into because it like caused a lot of issues for me.
Okay, well, we don't have to talk about, I don't know what's going on, brother, we're not talking about that. Part of what we're trying to figure out is narrowing down the time frame. Like, we know it happened sometime between, the night before and that morning when they were found. We got this really huge window. So, do you remember about what time you saw the lights on?
It would have been, so I left Athens at around
9 p.m.?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I got home probably at 10:30-ish. And then stopped in the car about 10-15 minutes. And I went back for a cigarette. Saw the light on.
Okay.
Trying to go back to work, but I was going to go to sleep at home. And it was locked, so I went around front and I just didn't go. And then I just left because I was starting to get really tired.
Okay. So you think that was about
so
10,
9 to about 11:30 when I got back at it, I believe.
Okay, so but you think it was
maybe
9 to 12 is your trip from Athens to home?
my trip from Athens home back.
Okay. So you saw the light on, you said an hour and a half, so 10:45-ish?
Right.
Okay. Did you see any kind of movement in the house or hear anything?
I mean, I would say maybe the lights moved and it freaked me out kind of bad.
Okay. What do you mean, like you saw somebody walk by the light, or like?
I mean, maybe just flicker a little bit. I noticed it out of the corner of my eye because I don't think it's really focused on everything else, for family reasons.
For family reasons?
Yeah, they caused a lot of issues with my brother. And it's just not something I thought had to involve me.
I'm sorry to hear that. Did you hear anything while you were out there?
No, that's the weirdest part. I was talking to my mom just in the chamber here and there. I didn't hear anything while I was there either, so I just don't know what to think.
What's your mom's name?
Respectfully,
Yeah, that's fine.
thank you. It's just,
We're just gonna talk to everybody, and it's recent. We're gonna try to talk to everybody in the neighborhood, like I said, I mean, it's a pretty sad case. I mean, I understand the same strings guy said, you're a religious guy.
well, I mean, I don't like to think of religion as like my main focus, I like to use it to like empower myself.
Okay.
In a spiritual way.
Okay.
Be able to apologize to my personality for
Yeah, I mean, for us, this is not, I mean, most of the cases we work, it's a drug deal gone bad, or some kind of gang beef or something like that, and this, I mean, this is, it's just a young couple. I mean, they got baptized recently. They found out recently she's pregnant. They hadn't even told her family that they were expecting. They were planning a reveal party in a couple weeks. They just took all the pictures and were sending out the reveal party and telling everybody she's pregnant. The 2-year-old son was found in his dad's lap covered in blood, like he had put toys on his parents.
Oh, the son
You know, the son woke up, came downstairs, and was laying in his dad's lap covered in his dad's blood, and put toys.
That's shocking.
It's a pretty messed up situation.
That's horrible. Like I said, I mean, besides like the light maybe flickering and like maybe them moving in between the slats of the windows, it just sort of lights me wrong. That's really all that I saw.
You think that was about 10:45? What time did you leave to go back to Lanz?
It would have been probably 11:15-ish maybe.
Okay. Did you see any suspicious cars? You had a neighborhood that didn't belong?
No. It was pretty there wasn't really any cars on. And, you know, by the time I left, I hadn't heard anything behind me, at me, or anything else driving away.
Is that neighborhood pretty, that seems, we don't live there, but it seems like a really quiet neighborhood.
Yeah, it's probably the last place I ever went to because historically there's been like car runnings and stuff, but like not even anything that you would expect to happen like that, you know.
Just like how you broke into at night, or?
Yeah, just like nighttime stuff. I mean, there's been casing of houses in the neighborhood before, but
For anything kind of violent, or just like?
no, I wouldn't say violent. I would just say, you know, historically there's been maybe some soliciting or you know, regular mischief type scene or so.
I mean, so for us, like I said, we're just trying to figure out maybe just his dad's actually a pastor. And I was in ministry before, which was his job too. And a lot of times, like, things you don't think that would matter, like small details that you don't think matter, actually they make a big deal to us. So I just, no, go ahead. I was just saying, if there's anything you can think of, even if you think, like, hey, this is insignificant, it might be a big deal, it might be a big deal to us. Like, something, you might say a little something that matters to us, and somebody else say something else, and you can put that together. So if there's anything you can remember, even if you think it's insignificant, it would be helpful.
I don't know, I suppose the energy just might have fallen off and it's making me want to go home. I don't know, it's so weird. It's like a weird coincidence too.
Energy was off.
But it's just like, you know, that was the point. I was getting tired for no reason other than I should just drive back to Athens.
That's a long drive.
I know, but I did it anyway because I had class the next day. I was just gonna stay the weekend there.
What made you decide to go home
I just wanted to go chill with the family, just be with them.
tonight? Did they know your time?
I called my dad, you know, I was on the way, but I should have gone home.
Your dad didn't leave, and you said you tried the door, and the door was locked?
Yeah.
He didn't leave the door open for you, or did you keep it?
No, the door, I had a key, but I just didn't use it on the front door. But that's literally all that I can help with. But it's kind of like just how that went.
You said, can you use the back door?
I tried to unlock the back door before. I don't have the key to this one.
Did you do anything else out in the back door before you went inside the house?
No, I just smoked a cigarette and was, kind of getting around and saw the lights on.
Did you smoke that cigarette like as soon as you got back to the house?
No, it was like, I feel like 15 or 20 minutes. I was in my car, like, I did for a little bit.
How long do you think you're out back or something? Cigarette? I'll smoke it.
I don't know. It should have been 5 minutes.
5 minutes?
5 minutes is long.
Did you ever go inside your house? You never went inside the house? Did you have any further conversation with your mom or your dad?
Yeah, we talked and, I didn't know that I didn't do anything, I didn't murder anybody.
I remember when you got to the house, did you let them know I had at the house?
No, not with this lady. She's probably very bad.
So you show up, you sit in your house, sit in the car for like 15 minutes, go to the back, smoke a cigarette, and then drive all the way back to the house. And why did your mom ask you that about what happened at the house behind you?
I don't know. She kind of just showed up like that over at my apartment, and I was like, why is somebody like trying to meet my door? So I'm like, I don't
Shit.
Yeah, no, I had this or something.
Oh.
And we were about by that, but I had out of the holster, so I was burning into her.
She like freaked out about guns or something?
They're not the biggest gun fans. Like, I enjoy the responsibility on firearms.
Yes, we.
You know, she can respect that, you know, they keep them in safe, etc. So it's, you know,
Did you have a gun with you in Athens or something? Or?
no, I didn't take a gun with me.
Oh, okay.
It remained in my room in my apartment.
In your apartment?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's I know you said you pulled out your gun when your mom's banging the door, so I didn't get a gun with you in Athens, or you talking about some other?
Yeah, no, it was just in Athens.
Oh, okay. Is it in Athens now, or is it?
No, it's with my parents actually.
Oh, okay. So you had to bring it back?
No, they just took it. And then
Your mom took it?
yeah.
From you in Athens?
Did you take it? No, okay, so the magazines are in my drawer and she has the gun. Because she's weird like that.
Did she take it from you in Athens?
It was actually my dad suggested he keep it. Okay.
Did your dad do it with your mom?
Yeah, I forgot.
So they both showed up?
Yeah, this,
Oh.
yeah, they showed away later though, the next day.
And then they snatched your gun up?
Yes, but they said they would get back very soon.
Why they snatched your gun? There's something like you guns or?
Yeah, it's something like that, especially since I just turned 21. If you're on that. Yeah, that's what I told them. So I was like, just, let me do the responsibility.
That is a little bit
It's a weird thing for them, like culturally, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know, they haven't been historically gun fans.
No, they're not.
But, I mean, my brother and I enjoy firearms.
They did. And we're all pro second amendment here, we look against this.
Exactly. I say it's Georgia.
Yeah. Do you ever go do you like go hunting or target shooting or do you like?
Yeah, I've done ski shooting a few times, and target shooting.
And
12 hiking or just like traditional ski?
Like over under and, sim, ski shooting, what is it where it goes down to track shooting?
Yeah, track shooting. 2 to 9.
Yeah. But I just want to ski.
Cool.
Yeah, I enjoy training with myself and pistols.
And of course, when we look at victims of this kind of thing, just try to kind of dig into their life and figure out as much as we can about them.
I mean, my mom's saying their relationship was allegedly kind of cryptic, but I don't know. I don't know what that is. I just don't want to presume on anything. I mean, honestly.
You say cryptic, you don't know.
Cryptic as in like they were very newly related or very newly together or something. I'm not sure.
Oh, now, I know you said that the house behind you, they lived. You don't want to get into it, you brought it and happened there. But do you think the people that lived there before something could happen to somebody else outside your brother? Like they might have harassed someone else other than your brother? Or had issues with someone else?
The new people?
No, the old people.
Oh, the old people? I I mean, who knows? I don't know. Maybe. I had seen the people that are there before being a little suspect with the lights for no reason. Suspect with the lights? Yeah. I don't know. They're just like flicking on and like shine lighters in the window and shit. It was so weird.
The people who were there before kind
of. It's so.
Yeah, some shady stuff.
It must have been. I don't know. It was so like off-putting.
You think they did like criminal stuff too?
I wouldn't know. That's funny.
I know all that stuff was with your brother. We don't have to talk about it. I'm just trying to get an idea of those people that used to live there. Like what kind of, because who knows, maybe somebody went to that house thinking they still live there. Maybe they made someone else.
Yeah, I don't know. The people must have moved in pretty fast after they moved out. Like,
you know the old people moved out? Yeah.
It was a couple months ago.
Were you pretty early they moved out?
And I just tried not to think about it because it was so weird from the beginning. Like bullshit that happened.
Do you think that, you know, if they would have done all this mean stuff to your brother, you think they would have done it to like anybody else in the neighborhood or somebody?
No, I don't think it was like that. It was just some weird obsession like type deal.
Obsession with your brother?
Yeah.
So you think they would have the other
reason?
Yeah,
we never really talked to them. They were kind of quiet.
Tell me about you said it was like flicker lights and stuff in the house. What's that? What's that all about?
I don't know, like if we were in the backyard like at night just sitting there, I think they would consciously like probably consider trying to get our attention in some way, but like, or they would just turn on for no reason and leave the room, leave the light on, and go for whatever amount of time, or stuff like that.
Would that light was shining through y'all's house?
No, but it's just like you can see it from our backyard.
Yeah. Can you see from like when you're inside your house or something?
Yeah, you can see it from our living room.
Did the new people do that house stuff too?
No, I haven't seen anything like that because I've been in Athens doing school.
I just recall you saying something about you caught something out of the corner of your eye when you got there smoking cigarettes.
It might have just flickered, like I was moving my periphery or.
Yeah, you don't think they were trying to like mess with the show either?
Even if they are also off to mess with it anyway, but that caused issues.
Your mom never had any issues with them flickering the lights? Just
No, she didn't seem to believe it, but.
Didn't seem to believe what? About the lights flickering?
About them harassing. She was just like, I don't believe it.
Why don't you? Did you not believe about stuff like that?
Well, I told her he was probably right about them harassing him because I had seen it. I guess the intention was to try and.
I mean, obviously, you believe it. You believe they were harassing them, right?
Yeah, because he told me that. He was like, you know, they're being so weird to me. Like,
why would you lie?
Yeah.
So your mom didn't do it. But these people weren't harassing you, or they were harassing your mom.
No, I don't believe so. They seem to have been very moody and quiet.
So it's all that old that out there. Do you know what happened to them? Like where they went?
They must have just moved somewhere else.
You don't know where or anything about them? Okay. Were they into like yeah, I don't know, like some old stuff. Were they into like satanic, like
That's what I'm saying. I don't really assume because I don't know.
Yeah, I get you. I mean, did you have like a suspicion or something like that?
I just, you know, we just seem odd. All of that.
I know what you're telling me. Okay, I'm getting kind of really serious. Man, did they have a lot of people that are drafting and stuff, Tom?
I don't know. I don't really see people over there.
Crazy, man. Yeah, it is a mad world. So you don't think anybody
George is like considered pretty safe too, in my opinion.
do you think that those old residents could have harassed somebody to the point where someone would come over there and kill those people, thinking that they got the wrong, didn't know they moved out?
I don't know. I mean, I don't want to assume like that because I never saw them like, you know, trying to harass people.
Well, the thing is, you know, did you grow up in that neighborhood?
Yeah, my whole life.
Okay, so you know the vibe of the neighborhood, you know You know,
It's not fun, I know it's off, you know.
yeah, well, you know something's not right.
But I don't claim it's a sixth sense type thing, because that's a little out there, but, you know, anyway.
So, knowing the neighborhood and the kind of people who live in and around that neighborhood, what do you think happened? What do you think happened to that house?
I told him the other officers, I was like, it probably just got attempted robbed, I don't know. And then maybe they got scared going in, like, seeing the people, I don't know. And then they just,
Do these people have like fancy stuff you think like?
I don't know. I've never really seen the interior.
They have like a
Well, besides, well, I don't really go over there much anymore.
I mean, you hear like there's like fancy stuff at their house, like fancy cars or something that someone's gonna go and that's a good place to rob. You know, it's like why that house? You know, like why that house and all that house?
I don't know. Our house is on the corner, so it's kind of like not like able to be robbed as easily, I suppose. And that's just like behind ours, so it's more hidden.
So we're trying to figure it out because we couldn't really see anything like this in the house, so it was like a weird thing. Didn't trip us up.
So I just rush.
It's like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, that's, I mean, usually they come for a reason or stuff, right? I don't know. Unless it's just an irrational murder.
an irrational murder? What would be like a
I don't even know, just like someone like.
Yeah, what even is the?
Some black guy just wanting to break into somebody's house.
thing we got those on around?
I mean, I've seen solicitors, I don't want to like box in solicitors with powers and whatever, I mean, that's possible.
Yeah, so let's do it everyone.
I mean, not in a bad way, but, you know, they don't, we have this listing sign, so it usually works.
Think somebody would be listening in the middle of the night?
That's a, I don't know, probably not.
Have you ever had solicitors over your house and all that?
No. I feel like the judge has witnesses sometimes.
No, dude.
Where'd you park it when you were over there?
I'm not sure.
In the driveway? Did you see cars parked on the street or anything?
I don't know, I think the neighbors were across the road, the neighbors across the road were probably parked in their driveway.
When you're smoking your cigarette, where were you at when you're smoking your cigarette?
Just in the backyard, like near my, like if that's our house, and the fence to the other house is your house, over here, like looking at that house.
Okay.
I don't know.
Did you see into their house from that vantage point?
You can't really see in the house, you just see in the window that was lit up.
Do you know which window that is? Do you have to describe it to me?
Yeah, it's just above like the middle of their house.
Is it like really high up? Or?
It's just a sad story, I think.
Okay. So you can't see like, I don't know, the lower level, the first floor or anything like that?
I mean, you might go see some like shimmers of light through the cracks and fence and stuff,
Did you hear about it before your mom came to your place?
No, that's the thing. She completely surprised me with it. I was like, yeah, that's really sad.
What have you heard since then?
Nothing really. No.
I mean, have you seen anything with the news or word of mouth or?
Something too shot dead in that work home. You know, it's close. It's close. It's literally the neighbors.
Yeah.
So, you just happened to drive by at night, and there was no, like, was like a voice from God or something that said, like, hey, go that night, or?
Well, no, I was going home to see my family because I hadn't felt like I had been connecting with them. So I was gonna say, but I didn't say Thursday, Friday. And then I got there and, went to the back room, I was just gonna put the bond, I was like, that's not what happens.
And it's just crazy. I mean, it seems like when I got home, I at least let my family know I'm there.
I was telling my mom, I was like, I let Dad know on Monday, like, I should have called you too.
Did you text him, call him?
Yeah, I called him. But I didn't ask him. I was putting gas in my room.
And you never, did you ever, you're showing this here, did you ever go into the neighbor's yard at all?
No, it's like a big fence, you gotta jump over. Like, you want to cross something
Walking across it out on the street or sidewalk or cul-de-sacs, anything, I don't know.
I mean, like, sometimes I walk or you know, I was at night, just like walk around the night where it's
You walk around that night?
no, it's just that.
You didn't see anybody else out there that time?
No, it's very quiet. That's the weirdest part. It was very quiet.
You should have any like cameras that like help us out.
No.
Any images of cameras that you think could help us out or take footage or anything? So I'm gonna have you guys scatter across the whole damn neighborhood, pull every Ring doorbell camera, Nest thing. We're gonna have hours and hours of footage to watch. So I'm just wondering if you know, like, and then you should really check out this camera. This probably help you see everything.
I don't know. There's like a few, I think, but not too many, I think.
I mean, you can get like
It's
right to the house or something like that.
Like when I drive home, I can't drive out past more than 5 or 6 rings, I think. Something like that.
Any like in particular in your house or like where this happened at for you?
Did you call when you got home or anything?
Who?
Your parents. Like, when you got home, did you call and say, hey, I'm here?
No, like I said, I should have told my mom I was on my way. Or that I got home.
They got that right?
Yeah, they do.
What do they do? They're working on their car.
My mom's a stay-at-home. My dad works for construction in DC.
Does he travel? Is it usually just you and mom over there, or what does it work?
I mean, he comes on like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Okay, so you kind of have to do you go?
The end of disc 2, video 3. It resumes now on disc 3, video 1.
Home a lot from Athens, or wait, but how often do you go back?
I try to go home more often these days.
Yeah.
Usually, I'll go after home for Thanksgiving. I'll probably do that. It should be fun.
So like how often like, do you think do you go to your parents' house once a month, every other week?
I mean, sometimes like 2 or 3 times.
2 or 3 times? you work?
Yeah, I do summer construction with my dad.
Okay, cool.
And I was trying to graduate.
So you make a bunch of your money over the summer?
Yeah, it's hard.
Yeah, so you can't just say over the summer. Does your mom have you to get some of
So it's like a couple thousand for working, a couple months.
Yeah.
It's really all anyone can help with. Honestly.
Well, before we leave, trust me, we won't take up too much more of your time. We just need to check our case files and make sure we're not forgetting anything to ask you. Any kind of us pieces of thing.
So it's not just like a little tiny detail.
Yeah, and these things, they can be so complex, we just want to make sure we go through our notes and go, oh, dang it, we forgot to ask Matt this one question again, so,
I mean, I just, with all due respect, I would like to check on that would be possible. And be able to possibly, call a lawyer, be able to maybe witness or some evidence that can help.
well, there's the Sandy Springs, you got your own thing going on there, okay. I don't know what all they charge you with, I don't know off the top of my head, but,
I believe that you could have explained away with this mistreatment of.
yeah, I'll ask them,
I don't know what's in that. I just really like to go see my family and help them.
So, you mentioned an attorney, I guess, we may have a couple other questions, is it okay if we look at our notes and come back and keep talking?
Yeah, yeah.
And we'll try to be quick. Okay. Need more water?
For the record, that's being stopped at 19:47:31 seconds, and will resume at 19:51 and 12 seconds.
Yeah.
anything else? Yeah, anything, just tell her. Alright, look, you gotta understand where we're sitting, okay? I'm asking this to the police, okay? You got this cop that lives behind your house, murder. Someone broke into their house, okay? And today, not only that, the people who used to live in the house, used to talk with their brother, and do some of this stuff shit, which I believe. Now today, just a few days later, Sandy Springs finds you, and other people's phones. And then on top of that, you just stab one of their guys. And you stab them up really, really, really good. I mean, bad. You carve them up. Okay? In our business, we don't call that shit a coincidence, okay? The thing is, when I ask you about the cameras, we were already in cameras for cameras, okay? There's a damn camera right across the street from where those people go. Okay? I want you to think about it. Okay, I had guys out of the office now, scouring for hours and hours and hours, just sitting there literally watching camera footage. Okay? This, I just went into my backyard to smoke a cigarette aspect, I'm not really buying it. Now, I'm not saying you're some cold-hearted person, but from where I'm sitting, you were in that house Wednesday night when you drove back from Athens. Maybe you had a reason. Maybe someone told you to do it. Maybe God told you to do it. I don't know. But here's where the rubber meets the road. It's time for you to cleanse your soul and tell us what happened so we can tell that family and that 2-year-old when he grows up one day
It's the way it seemed.
They could very well be lying.
I don't want to think of that. I'm talking home too.
Is that why you over there?
Where?
To their house?
I didn't go over there.
There's a camera right there across the street. So, what's it?
We didn't take your name out of
There's a
Where
camera.
did it come from?
There's a camera across the
How
street.
did you know? How do you know it was me?
because you stabbed a cop today after breaking into someone's house, and you live right behind where these people were murdered. I mean, 5-year-old could figure that out.
I don't know what to say other than I'm innocent. And I mean it.
I don't believe you.
Well,
Let me ask you this. What's the ninth commandment?
The what?
The ninth commandment. You know the Lord, right? What's the ninth commandment?
I'm not sure.
Don't lie. That's the ninth commandment, okay? So I can sit here and tell you right now, from the camera footage, you did walk from your house into their yard, and you set off the motion light. You remember that?
Not quite.
Not quite? What do you mean not quite?
Are you saying that I'm gonna be arrested under some circumstances?
Or anything.
I'm just wondering.
I'm saying the camera shows you walking into their backyard, setting off the motion light, and walking back to your house.
This was me.
Because the same gray hoodie you were wearing today, it's at the hospital in the clothing bag, is the same hoodie that's
No,
the
it's a
video.
different one.
It's a different one?
Yes.
What hoodie was it the other night?
It was the North Face.
The North Face, the gray North Face hoodie.
Yeah, the one that was in the hospital.
And zip up?
No. I have one that's lighter than the old size. And that's the one that was in the hospital.
So that's the one you were wearing. What's that?
Yes, that's right.
So how'd you get in your house?
I didn't murder them.
Maybe you didn't mean to murder them. See, if you didn't mean to murder them, I could believe that. But this, I didn't do shit but smoke a cigarette and drive back to Athens thing. Dude, come on, man. Wait.
Where do you want
We're
this
going
to go with me?
The truth. I want to buy these people under them dead.
Someone murdered them.
You murdered them.
What do you want me to say? I haven't even been gifted a lawyer, and they were trying to curb stomp me on the fireplace. Like, it's admissible.
Someone tried to curb something.
Yes, they were battering me after I got shot. They were still trying to batter me.
Maybe you shouldn't stab police officers.
That's correct, sir. You're correct about that.
I wasn't even after that, man. We're from Cobb County. I don't know anything about what happened with you in Sandy Springs. All I know is you were in someone else's home today. And that's why the police had to come out there. And that's how this all transpired.
Exactly.
So you go in someone's house today, but no, man, and I sat at a cop. Yeah, I was in someone's house. I wasn't. But this whole going to my neighbor's house and killing people, I didn't do that. Of course, that wouldn't be me. Come on, man.
What? Why would I kill my neighbors?
Why would you go into someone's house and stab a cop today?
Because I didn't intend to do that. With all due respect.
Maybe you didn't intend to murder them, but you did. So how did we get from I got there to them being dead?
Maybe I induced blackout while I was sleeping. I don't know.
Okay, induced. Have you ever had one of those?
A blackout? Yes.
Okay. What happens during these blackouts? Because I've never had a blackout.
I don't know. I was just like, you do like random stuff and then you wake up.
Okay. Did you have a blackout that night?
I don't know. I slept in the car and woke up in the car and then I went to go smoke a cigarette and left.
Okay. So
That's the truth.
you don't know if you had a blackout? Is it possible you had a blackout?
I don't want to think I had a blackout because that would probably
I know you don't want to think about it. I'm saying it's impossible you had a blackout.
I don't know. I was sleeping for like 10 minutes or 15 minutes.
Have you ever had a blackout and been accused of doing something you didn't remember?
My last case was induced marijuana, panic attack, probably psychosis, but like that was pretty much settled. And like, it's just crazy.
Did you have your gun with you that day?
It was in Athens.
It was in Athens? So when I find your gun and I match them up to the showcases in the house, are they gonna match?
I don't know, probably not.
Probably not. If
They showed it.
if it was my gun and you asked me, hey, is your gun gonna match any murder scenes? I'm gonna be like, nope. I'm not gonna say probably not. Because guess what? I'm gonna get your gun. I'm gonna get all your guns. I'm gonna get any guns you ever touched. Ever looked at.
Alright, well, you don't have to threaten me, please, officer.
I'm not threatening you, man. I just want the truth. I'm not threatening you because you're lying to me, man. You're lying.
Sir, with all due respect, you don't want to believe me that it was.
So here's the thing.
I think there's a logical explanation. You're just not telling me.
For the record, that stopped at 20 minutes and 5 seconds. Detective Standard, ultimately, did this defendant confess to these killings?
No, he did not.
Where did he put himself on the evening of November 17th of 2021?
In the backyard of his home at 600 Delphinium Boulevard.
Which is how close to 50-50 Verbena Drive?
They back up to each other.
Now, with respect to the timeline he provided, how did the arrival that he said was at 10:30 p.m. align to the video surveillance evidence?
About 19 minutes difference from when we observed his Lexus leaving the area.
Well, in terms of arrival, how did his stated time of arrival of 10:30 p.m. compared to the arrival as shown on surveillance video?
That would have been close to an hour. I think it would have been about a 50-minute difference.
And then how did his departure time that he says was 11:15 p.m. compare to the departure time as seen on the surveillance video?
It would have been about an hour and 4 minutes difference.
Now, what did you make of the statement that he was really tired, so he drove back to Athens?
Didn't make much sense to me.
Did you at some point go to Athens?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 821 here. Do you recognize State's 821?
Yes, this is a Google map showing a route from 600 Delphinium Boulevard, which is his family residence here in Cobb County, to Athens, Georgia, at his apartment.
And is there a fair and accurate map showing the different roadways and such between those two addresses?
Correct.
And in that particular exhibit, State's 891, does that show two possible routes to get from point A to point B?
Yes, it does.
This time State moves to tender State's 821 into evidence.
State's 821 is admitted?
May I publish?
Yes.
Looking at State's 821 here, and I'm going to zoom in, but roughly, and obviously it varies on the route taken, but roughly how far is it from 600 Delphinium to 435 North Church Street in Athens?
Just shy of about 86 miles.
Did it make sense to you that if someone was super tired, they would drive almost 2 hours?
No, and he was at his parents' house where he could have slept there, so I don't know why he would drive all the way back.
Now, kind of towards the beginning of that interview, there was a statement about believing Amber to be pregnant. Was that the case at that point in time in y'all's investigation?
Correct. There's some speculation swirling around at that time. We had also found some photographs of the family, the Hicks family. It was like some fall family photographs, and Amber was holding a very small pumpkin near her stomach. So we thought that may have been possible.
And so was that at the time that you made that statement to Mr. Lanz a true statement?
Yes, that was our belief at the time.
Was it later determined that she was not pregnant at the time?
That's correct.
Now, what else kind of stood out to you or caught your attention about this interview?
Well, first, he put himself in the area, not just in the area, but in his backyard where that backed up to the Lanz, or to the Hicks property. The statement itself, it was hard to follow. He claimed he drove all the way from Athens to come visit his parents, smoked a cigarette in the backyard, and then took a nap in his car for 10 to 15 minutes, got a bad feeling, and then drove all the way home. I just thought that was an unusual thing to do, as far as that statement goes. So yeah, I didn't quite believe that to be genuine.
What about the statements regarding a North Face jacket?
So at the time, we had reviewed a lot of video surveillance. Granted, the surveillance was difficult to see. When I reviewed it on my computer, kind of frame by frame, a particular moment when we see an individual walking from the backyard area of the Hicks' residence up the street towards Delphinium Boulevard. It was my opinion that the subject seen in that video, their top clothing was a lighter color than their bottom clothing, and I just at that time suspected it may have been a lighter color or gray. So that was when we confronted him about a gray hoodie, because during the Sandy Springs incident, when he was shot, the paramedics or responding officers had actually cut off a gray jacket, zip-up jacket off his person.
But what was it, I guess, about his response that was noteworthy to you?
So when we confronted him with that belief that, hey, you were wearing a gray hoodie today, and we believe you were wearing a gray hoodie on that video camera, he made a response and said, no, that was my North Face hoodie.
What about the number of times that lights were mentioned?
The number of times?
And I'm not asking you to testify to how many times, but what about the volume of times?
He mentioned seeing a flickering light while he was in the backyard smoking a cigarette several times. I believe at one time described him as possibly demonic, I think maybe the word he used.
I'm sorry.
I think he described him as demonic at one point.
Was it clear based on the interview whether these demonic lights is what led him to have this bad feeling and drive almost 2 hours back to Athens?
Specifically the lights, I just recall him saying he had a bad eerie feeling, took a nap, and then drove home.
I'm going to show you it's been marked as 666 here. Do you, recognize that exhibit?
Yes, I did.
All right, and how is it that you recognize that exhibit?
This is a booking photo of Matthew Lanz taken at the Cobb County Adult Detention Center.
Is that a fair and accurate photograph of how he looked back in 2021?
It is.
State News Tender states 666 in evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
666 is admitted.
Now, in terms of the clothing that you've referenced as having seen on the Sandy Springs body camera footage, were you able to recover that clothing?
Yes, it was.
And where did you go to recover this clothing?
I went to the GBI headquarters to retrieve that.
After retrieving the clothing, what was done with it?
That was photographed and processed by our own crime scene technicians.
And before photographing it, did it remain in the packaging from Fulton County?
Yes, it was in its original packaging that the crime scene original person who collected the items had sealed it in a bag.
I'm going to show you states 708 through 766. If you'll take a moment to flip through those.
Sorry, there's just a lot of them. Yes, I recognize these.
And are those fair and accurate photographs taken in Cobb County of the clothing you retrieved from GBI from Sandy Springs?
That's correct.
State moves to tender states exhibit 708 through 766.
Any objection? No objection. State 708 to 766 are admitted.
May I publish some of these?
Yes.
Looking at state 710, just by way of example, were the items you received in bags?
Yes, sir.
And were they sealed?
Yes, sealed and signed.
Looking at state 711 here, what are we looking at?
I believe that's a pair of pants.
And now, what was the state of a lot of these clothing items based on the Sandy Springs case?
They were cut off of them, so they're pretty torn up.
State 713.
Yeah, that's also a pair of like sweatpants.
And I don't mean an exact number, but how many like articles of clothing were there?
Several tops and bottoms.
State 716 here.
A pair of black gloves.
State 721.
Say gray North Face fitted jacket.
And once again, looking at 723 by way of example, did this jacket also have to be cut off of him?
That is correct.
State 728.
Some camouflage pants.
State 733.
See another glove to the other right hand.
What's state 737?
It's like a camo veil, or some people like a ghillie. It's just like a net that you would put over your like a poncho, but it's camouflage.
State 743.
It's a camouflage mask.
State 748.
It's a green, it's called like a boonie hat. Boonie hat.
State 755.
Pair of sneakers.
How were the sneakers wrapped?
They were in a brown sealed bag.
Was there anything of evidentiary value found near the sneakers in the brown evidence bag?
Yes.
What was that?
It was a small piece of glass.
Looking at states 556 here, do you begin to see that small shard of glass?
Yes.
State 757, that a little bit better image of that shard of glass.
Yes.
And then state 758, can it be seen here as well?
Yes, this is.
Was that shard of glass collected?
It was.
I'm going to show you states 767 here. Do you recognize 767?
Yes, I do.
How is it that you recognize 767?
It is the small piece of glass that is in that photo.
State moves to tender state 767 into evidence.
Any objection?
Okay.
Thank you. State 767 is admitted.
Now, as part of your investigation, did you review footage from Sandy Springs?
Yes, I did.
To your knowledge, was there any broken glass involved in that case?
Not that I'm aware of.
Then looking at state 759 here, is there any additional kind of small piece of glass in this area?
Correct. It was just to document the sole of the shoe and show where the glass is.
State 761, is that a close-up there?
Yes.
State 764, what are we looking at?
The same shoes, just from a different angle.
No, there are a few more angles to show all the different sides.
That's correct.
It's a good time for us to take a break.
We'll go for about 2 hours, give everybody a stretch, get some water and use, get a comfort break at this time. So why don't we come back at about 3:10? Standing recess. You're free to stay.
Hey, gonna say bye.
Thank you, everyone, please be seated. We are back on the record for State of Georgia versus Matthew Scott, Lanz 22-900-922. All parties are present. Just want to make a quick announcement again to everyone that is on Zoom. Zoom is a courtesy, and all devices must be muted. We've had a couple of instances where we've had feeds or conversations that are coming into the courtroom. If the courtroom continues to be interrupted, then we will have to make a decision on whether or not we will continue with Zoom or remove those who continue to violate the court's orders. It is if you are still in court, court rules still apply. So again, do ask that everybody give the consideration to everybody that is in court so that we can be heard without any interruptions. Again, if there are interruptions, we'll have to make a decision on whether or not the court will allow the courtesy of the Zoom. You may proceed, Lady Green.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, circling back for just 1 minute here, looking at States 759. When you responded to 50/50 Verbena, what type of shoes were you wearing?
So wearing cowboy boots.
All right. Did you end up with any glass in your shoes?
Yes, I had some Tyvek, little booty covers that we wear for crime scenes at the time. And when I was walking around the crime scene after I was finished with the crime scene, I noticed that I had lots of tiny shards of glass embedded in my boot that I actually had to kind of scrape away and remove. So when these items were collected, I requested that they be processed, and I asked if there had been any noticeable glass in the packages.
And is that how you came to find and collect the small shard of glass?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, I want to move on now. I believe earlier this week there was some mention of GSR or gunshot residue. What is that?
So gunshot residue, it's caused from a weapon being fired. So the powder in a cartridge, when the firing pin hits the cartridge and the powder inside ignites, it causes a miniature explosion, which then causes the bullet to go down the barrel of the pistol or rifle, and then that gas and powder is ejected also out the barrel and the ejection port of the weapon. So when a gun is fired, that gun residue powder that is ejected from the firearm is not necessarily concentrated. It actually comes out in a plume in the air.
And is that tiny particles that can't necessarily be seen?
Yes, that's correct.
Is there such thing as a GSR or gunshot residue test?
There are.
What is the purpose of a GSR test?
You do a GSR test to see if there's any gunshot residue on someone's person or clothing.
Is it used super frequently, at least in Cobb County?
Not in Cobb, no.
And why not?
So there's a couple of things in dealing with GSR testing as well, specifically to this case.
So I just want to talk about regular GSR testing first.
Well, GSR, as I kind of described, it can be emitted into the air after a gun is fired, and it is not an absolute, it's an investigative lead, the testing that I mean. So what we have to look at if we do a GSR test is how that gunshot residue may have gotten on that person. There's many ways that can happen.
Well, before we get there, let me ask you this. If someone has gunshot residue on their person, does that mean that they held and they fired a weapon?
Not necessarily, no.
Additionally, now could it indicate that they were in the presence of a gun being fired?
Absolutely, especially if it was in an enclosed space.
Now, in terms of how long it stays on clothing or body parts, can that vary?
It can.
And can that make it difficult to conduct delayed GSR testing?
Yes, there's many factors that can go into that.
What are some ways that GSR, if it were present on someone's hands or body, some ways that you may not detect it?
Simply washing your clothes, washing your hands, taking a shower can remove GSR from your person.
Given some of these limitations, did you swab Lanz's hands for GSR during his interview?
No.
Right. Did you swab any of his clothing?
No.
Right. And why is it that you, or not swab, but rather did you have his clothing tested for GSR?
So kind of as I said, GSR testing is an investigative lead, is not an absolute, okay? GSR testing does not indicate a timestamp, meaning it doesn't tell you when that GSR was on a person or on a piece of clothing, and it doesn't tell you how. So had a GSR test been done and resulted in a positive result, well, by the time I came in contact with the defendant, he was just shot not once, but twice in an enclosed space. So that powder, that GSR, would have been emitted in the air inside a room. So there is a very strong likelihood that GSR would have been present on his person. Also, the officers who fired their weapons then got into a physical altercation with the defendant, had to drag him out of the house, and then assisted in handcuffing him, so they're touching his wrists and hands during that time. Now, on the other side of that, if the test had become negative or had a negative result, by the time I was face to face with the defendant, we were just shy of 48 hours. I think we're around 40 hours since the crime had occurred. Well, there's plenty of time in 40 hours to take a shower and wash your hands. So if there had been a negative result, I can't conclude that he didn't fire a weapon because there had been enough time to get rid of that GSR. So either way, if it was positive or negative, I would not be able to conclude if that GSR came from the homicide itself, and I can't conclude if it was negative, that means he didn't fire a weapon.
Effectively, it would have gotten you nowhere.
Exactly.
I'm going to show you states 768 through 820. Do you recognize these images?
Yes, I do.
How is it that you recognize 768 to 820?
These are crime scene photos that we're taking at our crime scene vehicle processing shed at the time. And these photos are of the 2008 Lexus belonging to Mr. Lanz.
It was the same Lexus 2008 GS 350 that we saw from Sandy Springs.
That's correct.
All right, did you all conduct your own search of this vehicle once in Cobb County?
Yes, I obtained a Cobb County search warrant for that vehicle.
And are all of these photos fair and accurate photos of that search warrant execution here in Cobb County?
Yes.
State goes to tender states 768 through 820.
Okay.
State 768 through 820 are admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
We'll just go through a few of these, but 768, what's being documented here?
The vehicle tag.
Did the exterior of this vehicle appear to be in the exact same condition as when you saw it in Sandy Springs?
Yes.
State 783 here was the green backpack that we observed from the Sandy Springs photos still transported with this vehicle when it was brought to Cobb.
Yes, it was.
Was it moved slightly from within the vehicle?
Yes, the bag was searched under a Sandy Springs search warrant and then ultimately left in the car.
And in these photos, do y'all unpack that bag and go through the back?
Yes, we did.
States 801, what's being documented here?
That is the.
Now, for purposes of this search warrant, did y'all also turn the car on?
Yes.
Okay. Is that what we see in States 812?
That is correct.
What is being documented in States 814?
Showing that the vehicle was very, very low on gas.
Now, do you?
Very low on gas.
Now, was it able to be completely turned on, or is this just turning on the electricity? Do you recall?
I think this would have been just turning over the car to show the lights of just the electricity.
So do you know whether this car was capable of being turned on given the lack of gas in the tank?
I don't recall if we were able to fully get it on or not.
I want to go back to States Exhibit 821, which was tendered before the break. Zoom in here. Can you see the new north side exit off of 285 on here?
I can.
Okay. If someone were driving from Athens to the Ackworth area, specifically 600 Delphinium, would you more than likely use 285 to get on to 75?
Typically you would, yes. That'd be the more direct route.
Can you, of course, go 85 all the way until the switch and then take 75 and go that way as well?
Yes.
Okay. With this particular route, would you have passed the exit upon which this vehicle was located by Sandy Springs?
You would have, yes.
Is there any way for us to know whether that vehicle had run out of gas or not?
I know it was abandoned, and we found that the gas light was on, and I know we had trouble trying to crank it.
All right, looking at States 815 here, what is being documented in States 815?
These were items found throughout that green tactical backpack.
And what are some of those items?
So I got a med kit. I found, there's that med kit and a smaller first aid kit. We had some leather gloves, some earplugs. You see some spare underwear and socks. And then at the top, rain poncho. That's the bottom half of the poncho. You'll see some binoculars here.
I'm going to show you States 816. Okay. Is that a continuation?
Correct. You'll see a handheld kind of radio, and it was in like a camo bag. There were some snacks, food, some drinks that we found, and then those 2 orange containers at the top are half-pound containers of tannerite. So that was a pound of tannerite total.
Were all those items contained in States 820 here?
That's correct.
Now, after doing the search warrant of this vehicle and meeting with the defendant in this case, did you go to his Athens apartment?
Yes, we did. That was on the 19th.
If you recall, we previously saw the interview with Scott and Teresa Lanz. Do you recall whether the interview with the parents was before or after the Athens search warrant?
The interview with the parents was before the Athens search warrant.
And I think obviously the court saw that previously, so were you in there with Mr. and Mrs. Lanz?
Yes, I was.
Was there anything that particularly stuck out to you during that interview?
Yeah, so one of the first things that stuck out with me is that after finding out that there had been a murder, Teresa felt it necessary to go to Athens and locate her son. And then upon arriving to the apartment in Athens, finding him asleep in the middle of the day, when Sheila supposedly was supposed to be in class, finding a weapon in his possession, not wanting to relinquish that weapon, and then point blank asking him if he had anything to do with the murders, which I just thought was a very strange chain of events afterwards.
Do you recall what time it was when Mrs. Lanz arrived in Athens?
I believe around between 2:30 and 3 in the afternoon.
And do you recall what time it was roughly when officers first arrived on scene?
That would have been
Having discovered the murder, sorry.
Around 9:45 in the morning, somewhere in there.
Right, so thereafter, did you go to Athens?
Yes, after that interview.
I'm going to show you states 822 through 902.
Yes, I recognize these.
And how is it that you recognize states 822 through 902?
These are photos conducted during the search warrant at Matthew Lanz's Athens apartment.
Are those fair and accurate photographs taken during the search warrant execution?
They are.
And do you remember the address in Athens?
435 North Church Street. That's apartment 4, and I was in Athens, Georgia.
This time state moves to tender states 822 to 902 in evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
States 822 to 902 is admitted.
May I publish some of these?
Yes.
State 822 here, what are we documenting?
This is the exterior of the apartment building.
Okay, what's the name of that building?
Hillsborough Apartments.
States 823.
Documenting just the front and where the defendant's apartment was.
States 826.
The front door of the apartment, documenting the number of Hicks to the door.
How would you describe this apartment looking at states 827?
Incredibly neat and clean.
What area of the home is this?
Be the living room area.
States 828.
Another angle from the living room area, looking back into a office and his bedroom.
States 829.
The kitchen.
States 830.
More of the kitchen.
Now, did you find any documentation from his residence with his name on it?
Yes, there's multiple different things that had his name on it.
By way of example, looking at states 851, what are we looking at here?
University of Georgia student ID of some type.
States 860 here. Where are we now within the apartment?
It would be in his bedroom.
States 866.
At the bedroom closet.
States 867.
And another angle in the same position. In the bedroom closet and bed.
Was his bed made?
Not at that time. It was a little disheveled.
What about the sheets?
They were kind of balled up a little bit, but I mean the sheets were pulled up. But it was kind of in between. It looked like somebody just slept in it not long ago.
States 872.
It's a driver's license.
Sorry, trying to keep these in order. What is it that you found in States 873?
So that was actually found in a washing machine. That was a North Face zip-up jacket.
States 875, what is being documented there?
Zooming in on the label.
States 877. Whoops.
It was another bedroom that had been converted into like a computer room.
And were there any items of interest within this room?
Yes, we found 2 pistol magazines in that desk drawer.
So we will skip ahead for just a moment. Hang on. States 895. Is that the desk drawer you just referenced?
That is correct, yes.
States 890. Seven. Are those the magazines you referenced?
Yes, they are.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 673 here. Do you recognize State 673?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize State 673?
These are the 2 pistol mags, as well as the ammunition contained within the pistol mags that we found in the desk drawer.
And the photograph we were just looking at?
That is correct.
State moves to tender State 673 into evidence.
Okay. State 673 is admitted.
Now, were the head stamps of the ammunition found within these magazines documented?
Yes.
Okay, and what type of head stamps did all 29 bullets contain?
Sig Luger 9mm.
Now, did you all, without opening these in their entire, well, let me do this. Let me go ahead and show you states 903 through 913. Do you recognize states 903 through 913?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize 903 to 913?
These are photographs taken at our headquarters in our crime scene processing lab of the ammunition once they were removed from the magazines. So we get an accurate count, show the head stamp as well as the type of projectile it is. This also contains photographs of the gun box and a box of ammunition as well.
Was all of that found in the defendant's residence at 435 North Church Street in Athens?
It was.
State moves to tender states 903 through 913 into evidence.
Any objection? States 903 to 913 are admitted.
Okay, so we'll circle back to that in a moment, but looking at states 882 here, did you all go into this black box?
Yes.
States 884, what type of item was inside this storage bin?
We found like one of those drawstring bags.
States 885, did you all take that out of the storage bin?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, states 886, what are the items that we see next to the drawstring bag?
So we found like a little tackle box type container, as well as a gun box belonging to a ZTech OZ9.
Looking at states 887 here, is that zoomed in on the ZTech box?
Yes.
All right, states 888, what have you now done with the ZTech box?
So here we opened up the box, and inside we saw a box of SIG hollow point ammunition.
States 889, is that what's being documented here?
Yes, ma'am.
States 890.
It's a closer view, yes.
And did you find any other magazines or ammunition? Looking at states 900.
So that was the magazines when we were counting the ammunition in them. We put them in the cups so we wouldn't lose any.
Is that documented in the photos that follow, such as 901 and 902?
Yes.
Now moving on to states 903. Is that one of the magazines recovered from the drawer?
Yes, it is.
And what type of magazine is that?
It's a magazine for a Glock style pistol. It's a 9mm magazine.
How many rounds does this sort of magazine hold?
This one held 17 rounds.
And looking at well, let me ask you this. All the bullets that are next to this magazine in states 903, where did those come from?
Came from that magazine.
In states 904, is this just another angle of the same?
Yeah, it's showing different angles of the projectiles.
And does it also document, maybe not perfectly, but that
Yeah, it's blurry in there, but they were 9mm.
So how many projectiles or bullets were there in the first magazine there?
It was 17, so it was at full capacity.
Now this type of magazine, you said it was a Glock magazine that held 17 bullets, which was full with SIG 9mm ammunition. Could this magazine fit into the ZTech OZ9?
Yes, I think that particular magazine is ZTech's magazine, but ZTech is based off of Glock pistols, so their size and shape are interchangeable, the same.
States 905 and states 906. Which magazine is this?
I've been the second magazine that we found in the location.
And so for states 905 and 906, is that just a different angle but the same magazine as well as bullets?
Correct, it's showing different angles of the ammunition.
And how many bullets were located in this magazine?
12.
Is this the same exact magazine as we saw from the first one?
It's the same type of magazine, yes.
In other words, does it hold the same number of rounds?
Correct, yes. That one also holds 17 9mm rounds. We found only 12 in that particular magazine.
So how many more rounds for this one to be at max capacity?
So it was missing 5 rounds from being at max capacity, which was consistent with the number of projectiles we had recovered in this case.
And just for a reminder, how many projectiles were recovered on scene?
2 on scene.
Okay, and how many projectiles were recovered from the medical examiner's office?
That would have been 3 years. 2 from Justin Hicks, 1 from Amber Hicks.
And after you all worked to kind of make sense of the scene and determine potentially how many gunshot wounds total were suffered, what conclusion did you all reach?
Minimum of 5 shots.
Looking now at 907 here, what are we looking at in 907?
That's documenting the ZevTech pistol box.
It states 908, is this the same box?
It is. This is documenting the make and model of the firearm, the brand, as well as the serial number.
Now, at this point in time, when you all took this ZevTech box from Athens, had you all already gone to the Lanz's residence at 600 Delphinium?
Yes, that ZevTech that was located at 600 Delphinium had already been recovered by this time.
So was this box consistent with the make and model of the firearm you had recovered from the defendant's parents?
Yes, as well as the serial number.
States 909, is that the same box of ammunition we previously looked at?
Correct.
States 911 here, was this box of ammunition full?
This box was, yes.
And was this the same type of ammunition that was in the 2 separate magazines?
Yes.
Now from here, did you obtain purchase records of the ZevTech OZ9 that was recovered from the defendant's parents' house?
Yes, I did.
And where did you get those documents from?
The Athens Gun Club, I believe it was the name. Athens Gun Club, I think it was.
This time, state moves to tender state 667 into evidence, which is the business record certificate from the Athens Gun Club, along with state 668, which is the 4473 firearm transaction record, as well as states 669, which is the invoice from the purchase of the ZevTech OZ9, serial number ZA04909, all of which is covered by the business record certification.
Defense.
No, good.
States Exhibit 667, 668, and 669 are all admitted.
And they are published.
Yes.
Looking first here at state 668, the 4473, what type of information is included on a 4473?
Will be the purchaser's information, the date of the purchase, as well as the weapon that is being purchased.
And here specifically, what type of weapon was being purchased?
It says Zev OZ9, and then it has a serial number, which is ZA04909. And then it documents that it is a pistol and it is a 9mm.
And who is listed as the purchaser of this weapon?
Matthew Scott Lanz.
What is the address that was listed?
Used 600 Delphinium Boulevard in Ackworth, Georgia, which was his parents' home and home he grew up in.
What is the date of this purchase?
So it was actually purchased on the October 13th. The paperwork was filled out, I believe, during October 6th, but according to the purchase receipts and the actual transfer date, it was 10/13 of 2021.
Was there a signature produced on the 4473 on October 13th of 2021?
Yes, it was.
And whose signature, what name appears there?
That's consistent with Matthew Lanz.
Whose driver's license was copied during the purchase of this OZ9?
Georgia driver's license belonging to Matthew Scott Lanz.
And then looking at state 669 here, what are we looking at?
So this is their actual purchase receipt or their invoice from this purchase. It says it was completed on October 13th of 2021 at 10:32 a.m. And these items were sold to Matthew Scott Lanz of 600 Delphinium Boulevard in Ackworth. And the purchased items were one Zev OZ 9mm, that would be the pistol. Then there was actually 3 boxes of SIG 147 grain 9mm hollow points, and then there was 1 box of Stand 1 Armory 9mm. Not sure if that was a hollow point or not though. And that the payment was made in cash.
And that was on the same date as the 4473?
The 4473, according to the dates, appeared that it was filled out on October 6th, but the weapon was actually transferred and in his possession on October 13th.
And is this firearm that we've just reviewed in 667, 668, and 669 the same firearm that was sent to the ATF forensic lab for testing?
Yes, it was.
All right, now moving on to let's see, I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 914 and 915. Did you go through the foam extraction of the defendant's device as performed by Sergeant Harder?
Yes, I did.
And did you pull some items of interest off of that device?
I did.
Looking at states 914 and 915, do you recognize those 2 documents?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
These are extraction reports from Celebrite from the defendant's phone, one being a list of device events from the phone, and one being call logs from the phone.
And are both of those true and accurate reports coming off of Celebrite, reflecting the exact data that's contained within the defendant's device at the time that it was collected on November 19th of 2021?
Yes.
State moves to tender states 914 and 915 into evidence.
Any objection? States 914 and 915 are admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
With respect to here we go. Looking at page 6 of states 914 here, and I want to focus on device event 48. Do you see that device event?
I do.
Okay. What is it that took place on the defendant's device on November 17th, 2021 at 10:16 p.m.?
The device was placed in airplane mode.
And moving down, to item 52, or line item 52, what happened to the defendant's device on November 18th of 2021 at 12:43 a.m.?
The phone is taken out of airplane mode.
How, first of all, going back to 10:16 here at the top, how many minutes after seeing the defendant's vehicle on the surveillance video was the phone placed in airplane mode?
Approximately 5 minutes.
And how long did it remain in airplane mode?
2 hours. More than 2 hours.
And approximately how long does it take to drive from the Atlanta area to Athens?
Approximately, I'd say on average about an hour 45.
Now, while we're on the topic of device events, do device events allow you to see when a phone is like unlocked or locked?
Depends on a lot, but some devices do, yes.
Sure. Well, looking at this exhibit, for example, for Matthew Lanz's device, were you able to see when it was unlocked or locked?
Yes.
Were you able to see when the display lighting came on or off?
Yes, there were records of that.
Okay. Were you able to see airplane mode and so forth?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Did you look for this sort of information in Justin or Amber's phone to see if that would help with any form of timeline?
I did, but there were no device events in their phone that was extracted.
Okay. And is that just some of the discrepancies sometimes you see among phones?
Yeah, it can depend on a certain model of the phone or what operating system has been currently downloaded on the phone and how that interacts with Celebrite.
Now I want to look at States Exhibit 915 here. What do we see on States Exhibit 915? What type of report is this?
These are call logs, so calls incoming and outgoing from the device.
Now, how many total, looking at States 915, how many total call logs were included on this report?
27.
Now, did you see any, let's see this, let me go first to looking at line items, let's see, 13 and 14, do you see those two? Whoops.
I do.
Okay, so on November 17th of 2021, do we see any contact between the defendant and his father or dad?
Yes, we do.
Okay. How many calls are there that we're looking at?
There are 2 calls.
Were any of them connected?
Yes, one was.
And what time was that call?
That was on 11/17/2021 at 7:57 p.m. and 32 seconds.
And how long was that call connected?
At 1:58 seconds.
Now, during the interview that you had with Mr. Lanz, did he ever reference having a phone call with his father?
Did he reference talking to his father about coming home to the house at some point? I don't specifically recall.
Now, thereafter, what was the date of the next any sort of phone incoming or outgoing call?
It would have been on, well, the next call that came to his phone was not answered, however, that was on November 18th, 2021 at 11:24 a.m. and 2 seconds.
And so at this point in time, when his dad called him, I think you already mentioned, was it answered?
It was not.
Okay. And at 11:24 and 2 seconds, had even an hour and a half or 2 hours passed since the murders were discovered?
I'm sorry, say that again.
How long had passed since the murders were discovered by law enforcement?
Yeah, roughly 2 hours or so.
Thereafter, do you see another phone call?
Yes.
Okay. Incoming or outgoing?
That was incoming.
From who?
From his mother.
Was it connected?
It was a missed call.
Okay. The next call?
Is incoming from his father at 11:47 a.m. and 43 seconds. That was also a missed call.
Down at the bottom here.
It's a call from Alex Lanz, I believe that's his sister, and that is a missed call. That was November 18th of 2021 at 11:51:31.
Next one.
Another call from Alex Lanz, same date. That was 11:52 a.m. and 6 seconds, also a missed call.
Next.
Additional call from Alex Lanz on November 18th, 2021. It was at 11:54 a.m. and 16 seconds, also a missed call.
Next.
Incoming call from mom, so November 18th, 2021. It's 11:58 a.m. and 15 seconds, and that was a missed call.
Next one.
This is another missed call at November 18th, 2021 at 12:05 p.m. and 47 seconds. That was an incoming call from his mother.
Missed.
Yes, that was missed.
Alright, the next call.
This is another missed call on November 18th, 2021 at 12:23 p.m. and 35 seconds. And that was an incoming call from his mom.
Missed.
Yes, missed.
Next.
Incoming call from his dad at November 18th, 2021 at 1:38 p.m. and 41 seconds, and that was also a missed call.
Alright, and then finally.
And then there's an incoming call from his mother at November 18th, 2021 at 2:14 p.m. and 42 seconds. That's also a missed call.
Do you recall during Scott and Teresa Lanz's interviews whether Teresa Lanz said that she attempted to call her son once she arrived in Athens?
Yes, she did.
And is this timestamp consistent with the general time frame she gave you as to when she arrived in Athens?
Close to it, maybe about 15 minutes prior.
Now this last call that we have here, is that any form of family member?
No, it was not.
Is that someone you actually spoke to?
Yes, I believe he was a classmate that attended UGA. I just don't recall which class it was from.
So looking from line item 2 through line item 12, how many phone calls were made from Lanz's family members to him on November 18th of 2021?
It was 10. 10 or 11. 11, I believe.
Now, did you look in Lanz's device to see if he had any sort of GPS or location data that was logged?
I did.
And were you able to find any relevant location data between 7:07 p.m. when we know that the Hicks were alive through 9:45 a.m. on November 18th of 2021 when law enforcement was responding to the homicides?
His mobile device did not record any location data after 11:17, a little bit after noon, from my recollection.
On what day?
November 17th, 2021.
Nothing after November 17th, 2021?
Around, I think it was, I don't recall, but it was in the 12 o'clock hour. After that point, there was no location data ever recorded on the device.
Now, did you also obtain his AT&T records?
I did.
Right, and what was the primary purpose at that point in time in obtaining AT&T records?
Tower location data.
Were you able to determine whether there was any cell tower data originating from phone calls during the relevant time period?
He had no incoming or outgoing phone calls or text messages that recorded tower locations during that time.
And so because there's a lack of phone calls, did that result in a lack of towers generated from phone calls?
Correct. You would need to either receive an incoming call or place an outgoing call. Same thing with text messages in order to record a tower location record. And in this case, there were none during that time.
Next round of the state moves to tender State's Exhibit 916 into evidence, which is a business record certificate from Google for the Google records concerning MatthewLanz13@gmail.com, as well as State's 917, which is an activity search history report contained and covered by the Google Business Records Certificate.
Any objection?
No, we talked about that particular exhibit. I think the state has picked out maybe 8 or 9 of those to be in the court. The remainder of those can be put into the record, but not go to the government.
Okay.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, so states 916 and 917 are admitted with the limited limitations on the emails that will be presented to the court.
Searches. But yes, searches.
Searches, sorry.
That's okay. All right, so and may I publish
Yes.
the ones we've discussed? Okay, very good. States Exhibit 917 here. Let's see, what sort of Google search did you see on November 16th of 2021?
Searching facts about blood. It was a Johns Hopkins website.
And what other search was looked at on November 16th of 2021?
Catholicism and the Ten Commandments for Dummies.
Was there a reference to the Ten Commandments during your interview with Mr. Lanz?
Yes, that was a reference made by Detective Jackson during the interview.
Looking at October 9th here, what sort of searches were seen on October 9th?
That's the 29th, I think, really.
I'm sorry, 29th.
Ballistic calculators for long-range shooting.
Looking next at, I guess, earlier in the day or evening or early morning hours of October 29th of 2021, what other search do you see?
What would getting shot by 308 be like?
And
do heads really explode as portrayed in Pulp Fiction?
looking at October 20th of 2021, what sort of Google search do you see?
OZ9 combat pistol, black slide and barrel with Trijicon RM06 optic.
And how long after the purchase of his ZevTech 09 OZ9 was this search made?
Not even 2 weeks.
And what else do you see on, October 17th of 2021?
That says 22 mag velocity. And then it continues on. There's another search for Zev OZ9 pistol.
Then also on October 15th of 2021, what do we see here?
Another search for Zev OZ9. This is for reference of barrel length in inches.
And below that?
This is for Glock 19 barrel length inches.
And then on October 15th?
Zev pistols, a couple of different models there. I think that's like the main website.
Do you see another search for Zev 09?
Yes.
Or OZ9?
Yes, actually visited the website.
Okay. And this was how many days after the official purchase where he then possessed the Zev OZ9?
2 days.
Then looking at October 12th of 2021, what sort of searches were done on October 12th of 2021?
Total number of fatalities in the United States 2018.
And also?
Mortality in the United States 2019.
And?
CDC. This is a visited website, Fast Stats, it's death and mortality.
And when was this in relation to the purchase of the Zevo Z9?
The day before.
Very briefly, did you obtain other records through the course of your investigation?
Yes.
Did that include things like Instagram records?
Yes, it did.
UGA records?
Yes, student records.
Did you speak to some classmates?
Yes.
Did you obtain some flock images as we've discussed previously?
Yes, I did.
Did you also extract some computer or hardware devices from the defendant?
I did.
Did you speak to neighbors in the surrounding area?
Yes, I did.
With regard to any of that material, were you able to glean at anything that was relevant to this double homicide?
No.
Did you ever find a link between Amber and or Justin Hicks and the defendant Matthew Lanz?
Not personally, only to the residents.
And when you say the link to the residence, was that really with Matthew Lanz or his brother?
His brother.
And I know we've talked a lot about Matthew Lanz. Is he in the courtroom?
Yes.
Can you please point him out for the court?
Yes, he's the gentleman sitting at the defense table wearing a green jumpsuit.
Let the record reflect that he has identified the defendant in this case. Nonetheless,
Just the record will reflect.
thank you. Despite not having a specific connection between this defendant and Amber and or Justin Hicks, what evidence linked Matthew Lanz to these homicides?
Well, we know from video evidence and his own statements that he was in the area during the time frame these crimes occurred. Not just in the area, but within a very, very, very close proximity by his own admission. We also know that his vehicle had left the neighborhood approximately 1 minute after the last known rear porch light had gone off, and we see movement running from the backyard. So the car was seen leaving within the right time frame of when we have identified that the crime occurred. The defendant then puts his phone in airplane mode and goes back to Athens, at which point his parents recover a pistol from his person the next day, less than 24 hours after the crime occurred. The weapon was in his possession. He was reluctant on giving the weapon to his mother and subsequently gave it to his father, at which point it was collected, brought back to his parents' house. That weapon and ultimately ballistically matched shell casings that we had recovered from the crime scene. That ammunition contained from that pistol, as far as the pistol magazines belonging to that gun, did match the same type of ammunition that was recovered from the crime scene. Not only was the weapon ballistically matched to the shell casings, but the defendant's DNA was recovered from the pistol grip of that weapon, which he then actually purchased in Athens a little over a month before this murder happened.
Given the very narrow time frame you were able to establish as to when these murders occurred, what was that small window again?
It was 9:59 p.m. and 40 seconds to approximately 10:10 p.m.
And when was it that Jacob Hicks actually left that home? or was taken out of the home?
Around 9:45, 9:50. I don't recall the exact time he exited the house.
Which is roughly how long the 2-year-old Jacob was inside the home with his dead parents?
Just shy of 12 hours.
Did you lay eyes on Jacob that day?
I did see him when I first arrived.
What did his PJs look like?
They were covered in blood.
Attorney Barry, you may proceed with your cross.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Ted.
Good afternoon, sir.
Let's talk a little bit about the residence when you first arrived. You basically went around the scene and looked at what you thought may have happened. You saw glass that was broken to the interior of the home, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Like somebody knocked the glass out from outside in.
Correct.
Okay. But there was glass on the exterior of the home as well.
There was, yes.
Okay. And when you came in, there was a white gate that had been pushed forward rather than backward, pushed away from the living room instead of pushed into the living room.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you found out that there was a dog that was barking a lot when the officers first arrived. Did you happen to see that dog?
I think they had corralled the dog. I think it might have been in a car by the time I arrived, but I have seen that dog on the body cam. So.
Okay. Now, after observing these things, did you want to find out what lights may have been on the interior of the home or the exterior of the home around 10 o'clock?
From the interior of the home, I know what light was on or off when we arrived to the home.
Right, that's what I.
Yeah.
Okay. Was the light on in the playroom where the Christmas tree was?
When we arrived, I don't recall that being on. I know the living room light was off at the time.
Christmas tree lights were lit.
Correct. They were.
Were there any lights on in the living room area other than TV?
Not when I arrived there, no.
Do you know whether anyone had turned any of the lights on or off before you got there?
No, I did not. Well, I watched the body cam of the first responding officer, and they were still off. From my recollection, when I was there, they were still off.
And you observed that there were a number of motion sensor lights that were placed around the home.
On the exterior, yes, sir.
On the exterior of the home.
Yes, sir.
Were there motion sensor lights close to where the delivery box was found on the side of the home?
Just off the corner, so you actually have to kind of round and go past that front door, and then there was one right on the edge of the home on the corner.
And was there a group of sensor lights past that, close to where the window had been broken in?
Yes, there was an additional set closer to the window near that patio area.
Okay. Would the sensor lights close to the delivery box, would they come on at the same time that the other satellites close to the little patio where the broken glass were, or would they be independent?
I do not know that question. I'm not sure if they're independent or if they would trigger on in unison.
Okay. When these lights would be triggered on, do you know what length of time they would stay on before they went off?
Don't recall the length of time.
Okay. And if you, say for instance, if someone came up on the porch and the lights came on, and they're motion sensor lights, right?
Are you talking about the front porch now?
On the back porch there where the glass was broken.
Yes.
Okay. If you entered that area, they're motion sensor lights, so they would naturally come on, right?
If you were captured by the motion sensor, yes. I would assume that the lights would come on.
Okay. And you saw those?
I did see them.
Okay. And they are motion sensor lights?
Yes.
And that's what y'all looked at with Detective Smith. He showed you where the motion sensor lights had come on in the back during certain time periods, which you testified to a few minutes ago, at 9:31, 9:55, and 10:05.
Yes, I watched that video.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So the motion sensor lights, then, if you came within the range, they're going to come on.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what range that would be? 10 feet, 12 feet?
I do not know. I did not test them when I was there on the initial scene.
Okay, so nobody tested those to find out?
No, not any information was relayed back to me if there was. So I don't have any knowledge.
So if I'm on that patio and I break that window out, that motion sensor light would come on because I'm having activity on that porch.
Either that or from when you approach the patio.
Okay. So once you approach the patio, if I then break the window and go inside and they go off, they would have to come back on when I exited through that window, right?
Yes.
Okay. Or I'd have to exit some other place.
Yes, or you'd have to exit some other.
Okay. So the motion sensor lights did not come on again after 10:08, correct?
That's correct.
And the motion sensor lights came on at 9:55, correct? According to your testimony.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so they're on, but the time that they're on, Ms. Hicks is on, apparently on her telephone with a group text, and text at 9:59. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. The sensor lights did not come on between 9:59 and 10:10, right?
I don't recall any other lights being activated in the rear at that point.
We're talking about searching the vehicle. You went to Sandy Springs to look at the vehicle. Did you ultimately bring it back to Cobb?
So it went, once Sandy Springs was finished with their search warrant, it went to ATO Towing, which is, I guess, the company they contract with. I then got a search warrant, retrieved it from ATO Towing, and then it was transported back to Cobb.
Now, in the vehicle, did you actually search it yourself or someone else?
I was there.
Okay. Did you find any glass shards in the floorboard of that vehicle?
I did not.
Were there any clothing items other than the backpack in the car?
Clothing items other than the backpack. There was some underwear and socks. And if you consider a poncho maybe a clothing item, but I remember. I think there's some shoes in the trunk. Golf shoes.
And I think you indicated that there was a flashlight in the glove box.
Correct. That was located during the Sandy Springs search.
Okay. Do you know how old that flashlight was?
I do not know how old that flashlight is.
Okay. Don't know how many times the flashlight had been used or for what purpose?
No, sir.
And you have a speculation, but you don't know for sure that the flashlight was ever used to knock any windows out.
No, I cannot confirm if it was used to knock any windows out. I just saw that it had the ability to.
Does it have scratches?
On that end cap that I described, that was pointed, yes, sir.
Did you find in the car Mr. Lamb's wallet?
No, we found. Don't recall if we found his wallet in there.
Okay. Do you know whether he had a wallet at the time he was arrested?
If there was, it was not given to me at any point that I recall.
So you don't know what may have happened to his wallet?
I don't recall what happened to his wallet.
Was there a wallet found in Athens when you did the search there?
We found his driver's license in Athens. I just don't recall a wallet.
So were there a number of service stations between Athens and where the car was ultimately found?
I would imagine so, yes, sir.
Okay. But you don't know whether he had a wallet with him or any money because none was ever given to you?
I don't recall any wallet. I definitely don't recall any currency. If Sandy Springs or the GBI collected a wallet with currency, it was never provided to me.
Okay. You told us that on the video interview that you took with him, you mentioned a number of times seeing lights, demonic lights, at that home. Did you ask him whether it could have been Christmas tree lights?
So there were kind of several conversations about lights and who it was pertaining to and how they were described. So if there's a specific moment, it might be easier for me to answer that for you, because lights were mentioned in several different conversations about different people.
You knew, I assume that you knew that his brother had been killed in Washington by an agent?
I did, my man, yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ask him any questions about that?
He was a little sensitive about talking about that particular. We did talk some about his brother, but not so much about how he passed.
Okay. Talking about the clothing that you received from Sandy Springs, you mentioned the North Face, the gray North Face. I think you see that in one of the photographs. Did you ask him if that was the one that he was wearing the night before?
So when I asked him in the interview, I made a statement that you were wearing the same hoodie as you're wearing today as you wore during the time frame of the murder. His response was, no, that's my North Face one. So when we recovered the North Face one later on in his apartment, we took photos of both of them. From the one collected from the Sandy Springs incident and the one found in his apartment.
Okay. The one in Sandy Springs, the gray hoodie, is it a North Face?
Yes, it was.
Okay. The one you found in Athens was not a hoodie.
It's a zip-up jacket.
Zip-up jacket, but not a hoodie, right? And when he entered the home there in Sandy Springs, he had on another piece of clothing over that hoodie.
He did some kind of camouflage jacket sometime.
Okay. So the gray hoodie would have been under another piece of clothing.
It was. I didn't know about the gray hoodie being worn at that time until they cut it off of them and told me that they recovered it.
Okay. Now, when you were talking about the doing the GSR test, sometimes you don't do it on clothing because it gets washed or it can be rubbed off. And in this particular situation, one of the officers came in contact with him, but that was a secondary piece of clothing, not the outer piece of clothing, correct?
And which, I mean, they cut a lot of clothes off of him and handcuffed him. So, I mean, it would be transference easily all over his body.
Okay, but not if he had a shirt over that North Face. If they were touching him all over, they would have been touching the outer clothing, not the inner clothing.
Well, the covering was like a mesh camouflage poncho looking thing that he was wearing. I don't think that would completely block any GSR from getting anywhere else in his clothing.
Okay. you told us you don't use the GSR that much, but it's a tool that police officers use. A tool just like DNA or any other tool that you use in investigation, correct?
It can provide investigative lead, yes, sir.
Sure. It's kind of like playing the lottery. If you don't do it, you're not going to get a result, right?
Well, in this case, I wouldn't have been able to tell you if the GSR recovered from his incident in Sandy Springs came from Sandy Springs or it came from this homicide. No, I would not be able to tell you one way or another.
But if you did it, you got a positive result, that would just be another piece of evidence that you might use.
At that point, I couldn't validate that piece of evidence because the town didn't taint it because he had shot twice.
Bottom line is, you didn't do it.
No, we did not do that.
You didn't find any spent cartridges in Athens, did you?
No, sir.
Let's talk about the shoes that you collected. Did you collect any shoes from Athens?
We didn't collect any. Looked at them, but ended up collecting any.
Did you ask him if these tennis shoes, we saw pictures of that with the shard of glass on them, did you ask him if those were the shoes that he wore the night before?
Did not see those shoes until after I interviewed him, so no, I did not mention it in my interview with him.
Okay. So you don't know whether those are the shoes that he was wearing?
I cannot confirm that, no.
Now, where he left the vehicle was a good, what, 1.5 miles or 2 miles to where he was ultimately arrested?
And approximate, depending on the route you would take to get to that area.
And do you know whether he walked up the road or walked through the woods, or how he was able to get to from his car to the residence that he ultimately went into?
To my understanding, I was not the investigator on that particular case. My understanding, he cut through some woods at some point to get to the neighborhood. The exact route, I couldn't tell you. I was not the lead investigator in that.
Okay. Around streets and sometimes in the woods, you find people that have broken glass and thrown glass out in those areas. That'd be fair to say?
It's a pretty nice area over there, but it's possible.
Okay. The SIG 9mm ammunition, is that pretty common ammunition to use, a 9mm?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you there when the gun was collected from Mr. Lanz's home?
No, I was not. I was in Sandy Springs with him in his vehicle.
All right. Do you know whether the officers found a clip there at the home?
Yes, there was that. You talking about with the weapon or just in general?
Either with the weapon in the same coat. You know if there was one found and where it was found?
Yes, there was a .40 caliber magazine in the same coat pocket that the weapon was located. And then they also looked into a safe that was in the residence that contained firearms and other magazines.
Okay. How many bullets were in the magazine that was found in the same coat pocket as the gun?
So the weapon was empty at that point. The magazine that was recovered with it was, I don't believe that had any ammunition, and it was for a .40 caliber pistol.
Okay. Show you State's Exhibit 442. 442. 445. Yeah, that's right there. Worked just fine for the state. I don't know why it's not working.
88 agreeing with us, it's with the.
Well, that's helpful.
Almost like you're
I appreciate
not.
it. Let me show you what's been identified as State's Exhibit 445. Do you know where that particular projectile came from?
So that projectile, the way the picture's taken is they locked the slides from that firearm to the rear and have taken that projectile out of the chamber.
Okay, so it would have been taken out of the chamber of the weapon.
A weapon found at the house, not the one we recovered in the jacket pocket.
Okay,
Different
so
one.
Is this not the same weapon that you recovered?
I can't tell from that what picture it's kind of zoomed in. There was lots of firearms taken from it.
There were two firearms that were just alike, correct?
This picture is of a standard Glock with a laser. I see the Glock emblem on it. It is not a ZevTech Technologies pistol. So this, I believe, is a different pistol taken from the safe.
Okay. Did you talk to any of the officers about when you were getting the information, what gun that was?
I know they
whether that
collected.
bullet came out of that gun.
Well, that firearm was not of interest to me. It was in a lock safe belonging to his parents. We were particularly looking for that ZevTech.
You indicated to us that Mr. Lanz's phone went on airplane mode about 10:15.
It was 10:16, yes.
And what would be the purpose of putting a phone on airplane mode?
One typically in criminal cases that I deal with, when people do it to avoid any recording any locations from their device.
Well, if you had something in mind, would you put it on airplane mode on the way there rather than on the way back?
Could, yeah.
We just covered three things. You don't have any information that Mr. Lanz had ever met the Hicks, do you?
No, I have. I don't think there was any witness statements or evidence in phones or anything indicating they've ever met in person or spoke to each other.
You don't have any information about anything that was taken from the residence?
Which residence?
The Hicks residence, sorry.
Do I have information about what was taken from it?
You don't have any information of anything that was taken from the Hicks residence?
You mean as like a theft?
Yes.
No, I can say the crime scene was not consistent with the theft, but I did not itemize every object in their house.
Okay. But there did not appear, nobody said, oh, this gun was missing, or this watch was missing, or anything like that?
No, sir, there's never been a report of a missing item that I'm aware of.
And you have not been able to determine any motive for this shooting?
The only connection I have is from the house and the defendant's brother.
So the motive that you think is because of Mr. Lanz's brother?
I didn't say that. I just said that was the only connection to the Hicks was that house and Lanz.
All right, thank you. That's objection.
Great, thank you, Attorney Berry. 88 Green, is there, are there any additional questions or redirect for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection from the defense? Just excusing the witness.
No, good.
Okay, you're excused. Thank you. Can I go approach? Okay, we will recess at this time. Actually, just a couple of things I want to put on the record first. State, do you want to, this tomorrow or today, as far as your case is concerned?
We can complete it today, Your Honor, before we rest. Do we need to circle back on the Jackson Deno matter for the interview?
Yes, and based on, let me go back to, that was exhibit number 474, based on what the court viewed in the interview, particularly as it relates to Cobb County Police detectives interviewing Mr. Lanz. I think you also, it was like a 45-minute break, it was a continuation. I find that was a continuation, there was not a significant lapse of time, and also it was a initiation of the discussion that Mr. Lanz gave, so I'm going to admit, not it was admitted or objection, but take that into consideration as evidence that the court will consider in its deliberations.
Very good. So with that, Your Honor, we will rest.
Okay. And so, Attorney Barry, you will follow procedures tomorrow, and if there, for what case, if you so choose to present any evidence to the court, we can discuss that in the morning. What your decision will be. Yes, what your decision will be in moving forward. All right, so we'll stand in recess. We'll get started tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. All right, everyone be safe. We'll see you all tomorrow at 9:30. We'll open the courtroom at about 9. We'll open the courtroom for around 9. All right, everyone have a great evening. Stay safe.